Produced by Liang Gu, author of Chinese Literature, Ziqing. This small book can be said to be a collection of book reviews and translations. I study literature, and these texts discuss nothing more than literature and language, especially Chinese literature and Chinese language. I teach Chinese literary criticism and Taoyuanming poetry, song poetry, etc. at the university. These book reviews can show my opinions. I dare not say whether they are experiences or not, but they are always my own opinions. Because of the study of criticism and poetry, I noticed the role of language and expression in conveying ideas. We talk about expressing meaning and expression here because according to modern views, expressing meaning and expression can be divided into two functions and should not be confused. When we say express meaning, we mean literally or verbally, we mean expression. It refers to the words between the lines or the words. The book review discusses history and battle, the method of life, the relative view of rhetoric, and the translation discusses adjusting intonation, all from this perspective of analyzing semantics. The way Chinese expresses expressions is changing, and new Mandarin is being created. This trend of change and this process of creation can be summarized as Europeanization or modernization. The paper, New Language, and the translation of Chinese literary terms. They are all discussing this issue. New Language once aroused a long discussion by Mr. Lu Shuxiang. Thanks to his correction, it has been corrected here. When discussing Europeanization, we naturally cannot ignore the characteristics of the Chinese language. Mr. Wang Yi's Modern Chinese Grammar best expresses these characteristics. My preface is an explanation of the summary of his book. Although the Japanese language is different from ours, they borrowed many Chinese characters and are very closely related to ours. The development of their language. There are many places for us to refer to, for example, on the issue of Europeanization, they are almost the same as us. So here are some reading notes. The translation of Back to the Great Style can reveal the trend of the times, not only the trend of a country. I'm afraid it's the trend around the world. What is advocated here can also be said to be literature for life. It may be interesting to compare this translation with the current situation of our literary world described in Short and Long Book. Soul Engineer is a report from the Soviet literary world. Although it is simple, it can get the essential point, and it also talks about literature for life. The original author's attitude seems objective enough. The translations in the book all use the original titles. Book reviews, book prefaces, notes, etc., all have new titles, and the title of the original work is appended under the title. This can point out the center of the discussion and my intention, which is more eye-catching. As for being consistent with the title of the translation, that's the next best thing. This small book was put together due to the kindness of Mr. Qian Shifu and was handed over to Mingshan Bookstore for printing. I would like to express my gratitude to him. Zhu Ziqing. July 1946, Chengdu. The Depth of Tao's Poetry. Comments on Gu Zhi's, the final edition of Tao Jingjie's Poems and Notes. Part 3 of 5 Types of Layer Ice Hall. Tang Han of the Southern Song Dynasty was the first person to annotate Tao's poems. Because of his poem, Shujiu, he expressed his loyalty and indignation, and made trouble with Yu's poems, which lasted for thousands of years. The reader doesn't know what the words are, so he added annotations. If there are other chapters that can be invented, they are also annotated. Therefore, except for Shujiu, the annotations are very brief. Later, there was Li Gonghuan's annotations, which was more detailed. These include not only notes but also comments. This book has been around for a long time. Until Tao Xu's collection of Mr. Jingjie in the Qing dynasty, all the scholars who paid attention to Tao could not escape Li Gonghuan's circle. Tao Xu's An Examination of the Chronicles of Mr. Jingjie was his independent work. Historically, commentators have generally believed that Tao's poems except for Shujiu and 2 or 3 other poems. The words are easy to understand, so there is no need to bother making notes. On the one hand, the interest is transferred to the criticism of the words, so it has received many comments. Comments are not useless, but mixed with comments, which really damages the style. Qiu Zhaoao's detailed commentary on Du Shi has been criticized for this reason. Note that detail is the most valuable. Being close means closeness and closeness. In the past, when annotating collections of poems and essays, most of the emphasis was only on citing the source, the so-called thing, but the purpose of using thing, the so-called meaning, should also be valued equally. Only emphasizing things means looking for the original source, regardless of whether it is consistent with the sentence or article, emphasizing things at the same time. Only then do you know how to find those that are relevant. Some people read poems an object to finding out the source, especially Tao's poems, which seem to be so simple. Finding a source undermines its naturalness. Zhong Rong also once looked at the author's point of view. Said something like this, but perhaps it can be said so on the part of the author. From the perspective of the reader's understanding or appreciation, finding out the origin of the words and chapters of the work not only makes people feel that the work has richer meaning, but also allows people to see what is the author's original creation. Although the sources that can be found are consistent. It may not be that the author intentionally quoted it, but when a person reads and benefits from it, sometimes he is immersed in it unintentionally. The author does not need to feel it when he quotes his predecessors, but the reader has to search for it before he can fully understand it. Mr. Gu's Tao Jingjie Poetry Notes Final Edition used the ancient method of annotating Tao, and he worked very diligently. After reading his book, I realized that Tao's poems are not as commonplace as most people think, and there are many, multiple meanings in the commonplace. But polysemy should be based on consistency. However, Mr. Gu's book may not be all-inclusive. See below for details. Judging from the relevant items cited in the ancient notes, Dingben, Zhuangzi, contains the most, Zhuangzi, with a total of 49 times in Tao's poems, the Analects second with a total of 37 times, and Lizi third with a total of 20 once. Comparing Wu Zhantai's notes on Tao's poems with Tao Xu's notes, this book quotes 38 items from Zhuangzi and 19 items from Lizi. As for the quotes from the Analects, none of the 2 chapters were noted. At that time, it was probably because it was a must-read for everyone, so it was omitted. Here we can see Mr. Gu's skill in picking and choosing. While the book, Lizi, is not as famous as Zhuangzi, it is particularly unexpected that there are so many quotes from Lizi in Tao's poems. Shen Deqian said, "Those from Jin who are broad-minded in poetry cite Lao Zhuang, and those who are complex in poetry cite Ban Yang." and Tao Gong specializes in the Analects of Confucius. Before the Han people and the Song people, Yuan Ming could be considered a disciple of the holy sect. According to the quotations in this book, Zhuangzi alone is already cited more than the Analects of Confucius, including Lizi. There are a total of 70 times, more than double the Analects of Confucius. So, there is a problem with what Shen said. When discussing Tao in the past dynasties, from about the 6 dynasties to the Northern Song dynasty, most people regard him as the ancestor of reclusive poets. After the Southern Song dynasty, his loyal and angry personality expanded. It turns out that the biography of Song Shu already said that he fell shamefully and surrendered to a different generation, and so on. After Zhen Dexion, other scholars compiled the title, and added Tang Han's annotations. Yuan Ming's dualistic personality was established. But it seems worth discussing whether Yuan Ming's thoughts were more influenced by Taoism or Confucianism. Shen Deqian quoted mostly from the Analects of Confucius. Cao Yuanming quoted various places in the Analects of Confucius. In addition to the fetal inheritance of words and sentences, they only have 2 meanings. It is good to travel in the 6 classics, and worry about the road but not poverty. The 6 classics here is of course a Confucian classic, and Guqiong is also a Confucian spirit, but what is Tao? Yuan Ming said twice, the Tao will be mourned for thousands of years. But how to call it Taoist mourning? We can look at the 20th verse of the poem, Drinking, Drinking. I have been away for a long time since she known, and the whole world has rarely returned to its true state. The old man in Jijilu will be made pure by filling the gaps. True and Chun are not found in the Analects of Confucius. What is true? We can read the chapter, Zhuangzi Fisherman. True, so it is received from heaven. Naturally it is not easy. Therefore, the sage values the truth and is not bound by the vulgar. True is nature. What about Chun? In chapter 58 of Laozi, the government is dull and the people are honest. Wang Bai notes, It is said that those who govern well are invisible and nameless, and they have nothing to do and nothing to govern. After being bored, he died until he was able to achieve great governance, so it was said that his government was boring. Its people have no competition and are generous and honest, so it is called, its people are honest and honest. Tao's poem, Encouraging Farmers, says, in ancient times, the people were born in the early days, proud and self-sufficient, embracing simplicity and containing truth. Guanxi Bumei Fu said, embracing simplicity and keeping quiet is the sincerity of a gentleman. Since the wind of truth has passed away, great hypocrisy has arisen. Baopu is also Laozi's word, which is the aspect of Chun. Zhen and Chun are both Taoist concepts, but Yuan Ming regarded repair, the mission of returning truth, and returning purity, was placed on Confucius. This so-called Taoist transformation of Confucius's teachings was the trend at that time. Therefore, the main idea in Tao's poems is actually Taoism. The 4th verse of the poem, returning to the garden and living in the fields, in Shenxing's Poetry Review, says, the gentleman is good at interpretation, but he is not a social ear. This refers to the phrase, life seems to be an illusion, and will eventually end up in nothingness. However, this book quotes Lizi and Huainanzi to explain. It is true that he transforms and returns to nothingness. There is really no Buddhist influence in Tao's poems. Tao's poems can definitely be referred to as the author of Zhongyang, and only about Shujiu poem and Naked Ancient poem 9th. There are too many UCI poems in Shujiu. Mr. Gu's notes can be said to be 67 out of 10. But there are still some things that are not entirely credible. It is far more detailed than the soup notes. The 9th poem in New Gu is probably just a general statement. This book thinks that the defeat of Sima Xiu is deeply regretted, but it is too inaccurate. As for the 3rd and 7th poems in Naked Ancient Poems, the 9th and 11th poems in Miscellaneous Poems. The 9th poem in Reading the Classic of Mountains and Seas, this book is also based on historical events, and the text is left out of the text, which is completely irrelevant and difficult to believe. The discussion of Tao is based on loyalty and indignation. In addition to the poem Shujiu, the poems Ode to Jingku, Ode to Three Good People, and Ancient Poems, and Miscellaneous Poems, are used to help complete the theory. Tang Han said, Sanliang died with his master, and Jinka avenged his master, all relying on the past to see for themselves. In fact, Sanliang and Jinka are both familiar titles of poets. Chao Ji has Poetry of Sanliang, and Wang Qin has Ode to History. The poems also praise the three good people. Wan Wangyu has two poems, Ode to History, which praise the three good people and the events of Jingku. Yuan Ming wrote these two poems, but they were just honest chants of history, and they may not have any special meaning. Zhen Dexiu and Tang Han also used Shouyang and Yishui in the 8th poem of Naked Ancient as their explanation, but they only occasionally quoted them out of context. Lu Lu's supplementary notes to selected poems says, poems written by Fan Jingjie after his retirement. There are many sarcastic words of this kind used to mourn the country's injury. However, I did not want to express my disapproval, so I named the title Ancient Times and Miscellaneous Poems. All 21 poems became works of loyalty and indignation. When it came to Mr. Gu, he even used historical events. The so-called improvement of the situation has its roots. It can be said that this is the case in the biography of Mao Zedong's poems, but isn't it true that most of the historical facts cited by Mao Zedong are also inconsistent? The above poems, including Shujiu, have never been regarded as good poems by Yuan Ming. Although Zhu Shi commented that the poem Ode to Jingku was bold and unrestrained, he generally discussed Tao's poems. He only said, plainness comes from nature, but what he emphasized was the joy of being scattered and refreshing, which is what is expressed in those pastoral poems. Pastoral poetry is Yuan Ming's original creation. After all, he is still the ancestral line of reclusive poets, and Zhong Rong's comment is not wrong. Zhu Shi also said, Tao wants to do something but can't. There is something right about this. The 5th cloud in Miscellaneous Poems says, recalling my youth, I felt joyless and rejoiced. I had a strong ambition to travel to all over the world, and my thoughts were far away. The 16th poem of Drinking and the poem Rongmu also use incompetence and unknown as hatred. But this seems to be just an occasional fantasy when he was young. After all, is he? There are very few people who have popular rhymes and love hills and mountains by nature. Zhong Rong said that Tao's poems originate from Ming Chu and cooperate with Sui Si Feng. There are too few surviving poems by Ng Chu. There are very few people who have popular rhymes and love hills and mountains by nature. Zhong Rong said that Tao's poems originate from Ng Chu and cooperate with Zhuo Si Feng. There are too few surviving poems by Ng Chu, so there is no reference. Mr. Yuguan once said, wanting to find the influence of Zhuo Si in Tao's poems, he found a total of 7 couplets. Among them, the poem Zhao Yin, the stick is used to recruit hermits, and the past and the present are ruined, can indeed be determined as the origin of the 2 words. He Lu Chai Sang poem. Mountains and rivers have seen Zhao for a long time, and the desolate road has no one to return. Liao Yu Tu my hairpin can indeed be determined to be the origin of the first poem, Liao Yong Wang Hua hairpin, in He Guozhubu. However, the poems cited in this book include Lonely Yangtze Mansion, in Zhuo Si's Ode to History, which was copied from Yuanming's poem Lonely Without Traces, in Drinking, in the Lonely Sky, which was copied from Yuanming's Gui Mao. Written in the middle of the 12th month of the year, is written in Shao Sua Kong Yu Zhong, Yi Liaguang Chapter Book, Ibid, books that have been read for thousands of years. Ce lies from time to time, and 4 lines from Za Shi, Gao Ji Ju Si Hai, copied by Yuanming's Za Shi, Meng Ji Si Hai. However, judging from this book, Zhuo Si's influence is not the top as large. The artistic conception and words of Tao's poems are derived from a total of 15 places in 19 ancient poems. The words and sentences are derived from 8 places in Ji Kang's poems and a total of 9 places in Wan Ji's poem, Yong Huai. Then, the words of Shipin are not comprehensive. But as far as the whole poem is concerned, there are not many places where he borrows from his predecessors. He uses a prose style, but it is not like ethics. But conforming to nature is the specialty. This is consistent with his philosophy. For example, the house is built in a human environment, without the noise of cars and horses. Life has its own way, and food and clothing are solid. No one is camping, but they are seeking peace of mind. They are all syntaxes that have never been seen in poetry before, although he does not talk about syntax. This book is full of insights. For example, in the poem Mingzi, the word ku in Now That I Have Seen It, I Actually Want It, most annotators have ignored it in the past, but this book proves that it is common for Jin people to use the word ku in the title. The poem He Lu Chai Sang is quoted from Sui Shu Jing Ji Ji notes under the title Liang Yu. Chai Sang of the Jin Dynasty ordered collection of Lu Yimin in 5 volumes and Lu in 1 volume. It proves that Lu Chai Sang is Lu Yimin. This matter has always been based on Li Gonghuan's annotation. With this confirmation, it can be concluded. Also, although a weak woman is not a man, a good comfort is better than nothing. Some people think it is weaker than wine, or they think it is a gift, but there is no evidence. This book is interpreted as a comparison, citing Book of Wei, biography of Su Miao, and Shishua, to see that people in the Wei and Jin dynasties are fond of wine, and they are also good at Jingjia. The poem, returning to the old residence, is, I am always afraid that the great power will be exhausted, and the energy will not fade away. No one can understand the second sentence. This book quotes Book of Rights, Kingship, the decline begins at 50. After reading Tan Gongzhang's notes, I realized that I am always afraid that I will not be able to decline, which means I am always afraid that I will not live to be 50 years old. The 16th poem of Drinking Drinking Mengong is not here, and he will always hide my feelings. The old annotations all use Mengong as Chen Zun, who surrendered to the jurisdiction, which is not consistent with this poem. This book is based on the situation in the poem. Lu Gong. It is indeed not easy. Before the 18th day, I compared myself with Yang Ziyun, and later I compared myself with Lu Xiaohui. No one can say the relationship between these two people. However, this book quotes Fayan and other books to prove that Ziyun compares himself with Hui Xiaolu, so Jingjie compares himself with Hui Xiaolu. Another example is the 4th sentence in the 6th chapter of Miscellaneous Poems. In the past, I heard the elders' words, and I was not happy. But 50 years later, I suddenly got married. None of the commentators knew what this matter was. This book quotes Lu Ji's preface to the Ode of Lamenting the Passing. In the past, I heard that the elders were looking for relatives and friends at the same time in their lives, or they had withered away. Perhaps there are only those who survive. Naiji refers to the death of relatives and friends. However, there are some omissions in the book. For example, the poem Standing Clouds, Is There No One Else? This book quotes poetry Tang Feng Mu Dadu is actually more relevant than quoting Jing Feng Yangshang from the poem Mingzi. Mingzi is unhappy. The next sentence of this book is quoted from Zhuangzi as an explanation. It is better to quote the Analects of Confucius. Gong Yichang Ling Yin Ziwen has 3 officials as Ling Yin. There is no look of joy. 3 have done it. There is no look of shame. Returning to the garden and living in the fields, in the 2nd line of the poem, I am always afraid of the frost coming, and the scattered grass will be like the grass. There is no annotation for the previous sentence. It seems to be quoted from Poetry Xiaoya Jie No. 1, like the rain and snow, first gather the sleet, and Songs of Chu 9 Bien, the frost and dew are miserable and falling, but I am still lucky that it does not help the sleet. When the snow and rain mix together and increase, you know that your fate is coming. These 2 lines of poetry are what is called fu erbi. At the end of the poem, Chu Tiao Shi Peng Ji Zhong, it says, Generosity alone is a tragic song. Zhong Qi believes in being a virtuous person. Zhong Qi clearly refers to Pang and Dang, which means that only you understand me, and there is no need to quote ancient poems to explain. Preface to Pang Xinjuan's poems, What Yang Gong sighed is always sad, Li Gonghuan annotated, Yang Gong, Yang Zhuye. This book quotes the story of Yang Zi crying about going astray in Huainanzi, but does not explain its righteousness. According to selected works, there is a poem by Jin Sun and Chu dynasty called Jingxi Officials Send Off to the Marquis of Jiang, which begins with 4 sentences. The morning wind blows on the wrong road, and the light rain is covered with autumn grass. The whole city chases you, and you greet me thousands of miles away. Here's Crossroads. It's just a crossroad between east and west, not south or north. It can be seen that at this time, the word crossed road had a new extended meaning. Yuan Ming used this new meaning. Yang Gong side is just a code for crossed road, and the meaning of sai is not important. The first end of the poem, He Guizhubu, says, looking at the white clouds in the distance, I feel so nostalgic for the past. The book explains, looking at the white clouds in the distance means wealth and honor are not what I want, and the imperial hometown cannot be expected. This was originally said by Hijua. The two words of wealth and honor can be found in returning to Lai Ci. But how exactly is nostalgia related to Baiyun or Imperial Township? According to the chapter, Zhuangzi, Heaven and Earth, Hua Feng people said to Yao, the lost sage lives with quails and drinks, and the birds fly without order. There is a way in the world, and everything is prosperous. 1,000 years old, tired of the world, went to the immortal world. Riding on the white clouds, as for the Imperial Township, avoid the three troubles. If the body is impermanent and suffers disaster, why should it be humiliated? Nostalgic for the past, may be thinking about the ancient saints who rode the white clouds to the imperial hometown. The second end says, if you don't develop your quality, you will get a good moon if you are tired of it. This book explains it very well. Checking Su, that is to say, simplicity is a letter. If it is not developed, it means that it cannot receive your letter. The 13th poem of Drinking, How Foolish Are the Rules and Regulations, quoted from Zhuangzi, Autumn Waters, it is surprising when it is appropriate, and the rules and regulations will naturally be lost. It is not accurate. It is better to quote the following, the master is the rules and regulations, but he seeks them to observe them. The poem Zhijiu contains the word stop in each sentence, which should be written in the haiku style. Although there are no previous and contemporary works for reference, this style of poetry flourished after the Song dynasty, including Jianchu, several names, county names, medicine names, hexagram names, etc., so I must have some experience of. Going backwards, this genre should have existed for a long time, but only one song, Stop Drinking, exists. I felt baffled. This book quotes Zhuangzi, only Zhi can stop all Zhi, quite aptly, but the origin of this style is not mentioned. Mr. Gu has Tao Jingjie Poetry Notes, which was published in the 15th year of the Republic of China and is already very detailed. Mr. Ding Fubao's Annotations on Tao Yuanming's poems is quoted a lot. The final version has added a lot of material, and there are also some deletions, although sometimes the deletions should not be deleted, such as the line, scratching one's head and lingering, in the poem, Standing Clouds, which originally quoted love but not seeing, from the Book of Songs Jingnu, scratching one's head and hesitating, and Wan Ji's Yong Huai, feeling inspired by the current situation, holding one's head and lingering. However, one of Wan Ji's poems was deleted from the final version. We know that Tao Yuanming often uses Ruan poetry, and it is very possible that his sentence uses both Jing Nu and Yong Huai, or is derived from Jing Nu and Yong Huai. Mr. Gu's note is very relevant. There are some good changes in the Ding Ben, such as the note on the 18th poem of Drinking, see above. The notes on the 4-character poems in the Shijian are not very detailed, but the length of the Ding Ben volume is almost half. What is the essence of song poetry? Comments on the Old Man Shi Qin Yan. Comments on The Essence of Song Poems. Published by the Commercial Press, this book follows the method of Yan Yu and Gao Mubing, dividing song poems into 4 periods, the early, middle and late periods, with the poems in each period being 1 volume. The first volume selects 17 poems from 39 families, including 96 in modern style. The second volume selects poems from 18 families. 239 poems, including 164 modern poems. The third volume selects 212 poems from 32 families, including 186 in modern style. The fourth volume selects 122 poems from 40 poets, including 102 modern poems. There are a total of 129 poems selected in the book. There are 690 poems, including 548 modern poems, accounting for 79%, which shows the focus of this book. Automatic preface says, for example, the recent sages of the Tang dynasty and the Song dynasty prayed to the families of Su Zhongche and Shui Lanyu. There were many earth and trees in the Bayan rate, and there were even earth and trees without silk, bamboo, gold, and leather. How can it be destined to be harmony and 8 tones overcome harmony? Therefore, this book despises the idea of recording song poetry, claiming that the essence of song poetry lies here and not there. From the very beginning, the modern style is the main focus. The so-called "the essence of song poetry is here but not there" can be considered in terms of music and rhythm, or in terms of song poetry as a whole. As mentioned before, the old man's opinion seems to be similar to that of Fu Yulu, who wrote a preface to Zhang Jingxing and others' Song Poetry by Yi Chao, Song Poetry Collection, saying, "The palace merchants can have a smooth meeting, so why are they more valuable than rotten wood?" Wet drum. However, Fu discussed song poetry, but the old man wanted to correct the shortcomings of being a virtuous person. The intentions are just different. According to the latter statement, there is room for discussion. In the past, Wang Fanggang selected the 7 rhythms of the Song dynasty, thinking that the 7 rhythms of the Song dynasty were the best. This book records the most Qijue, followed by Qilu. Choosing Qilu more often may be the same as Wang's opinion. Multiple selection of 7 skills is an initiative of the old man. He said, "Today's people are accustomed to Mr. Shenguayu's theory of separate collections, and think that the 7-character quatrains must be like those of Wang Longbiao and Li Gongfeng to be authentic. Lao Du's quatrains were created in the prosperous Tang dynasty as a unique style and a variation. Shengui is foolish and conservative, and people in the Ming dynasty talk about it." The Poems of Shi Shi. Business Edition, Volume 3, 8 pages. The old man also has a basis for what he said. The recent person is Song Xiang. The old man has said it himself, that is, in the quotation, the text is in traditional Chinese, omitted. Even further away there is Yi Xia, who said in Original Poems, "Du Qijue's will crying is so extraordinary that it is indescribable and unique among Du Ji." People in the Song dynasty probably learned from it. There are 7 outstanding people in the Song dynasty, about 16 or 17 who studied Du, and 13 or 4 who studied Shangyin. And said, there are 7 unique people in the Song dynasty, with different races. However, it is surprising and mysterious that there are some people who are better than the people of the Tang dynasty. If it must be called Tang, it is called worship, and it is called dragon standard to regulate it, then it will be lost. After reading these words, it is not surprising that the old man chose 7 skills from multiple choices. But if the essence of song poetry is concentrated in the modern style, what about the ancient style? Wang Shizhen's selection of ancient poems from the 5 ancients is mainly based on selected styles. In the Tang dynasty, he only included Chen, Li, Wei, and Lu, but not Du. This seems to be the consensus of the Ming dynasty. However, Chigu thought that after Du Dynasty, he was extremely beautiful and became a great country, which was not included until Yuji and Wu Yuanying in the Yuan dynasty. However, the selected poems seem to focus on the appropriate and enjoyable kind, and there are very few exceptions. This is the so-called Near Tang Dynasty tune in Song Shi Chao preface. If we choose Chigu of the Song dynasty and seek its melody close to the Tang dynasty, then we may or may not choose it. However, the strengths of the ancient style of the Song dynasty seem to be different. The so-called appropriateness and exclusion are probably obtained. This was often the case in the 5 and 7 ancients, but especially so in the 7 ancients. This naturally comes from Du Han, but there is too little room for the 5 characters to maneuver around. It is not as good as Qian, so Chigu is better than Wugu. We can say that these poems are all written in prose, or use prose as poetry. However, it seems that the meaning of poetry should not remain static, but should gradually expand as the work changes. Gentle and honest is indeed poetry. Calm and joyful is also poetry. Song Shi Chao seems to only choose the latter one, which was slandered by Wang Fanggang. He said in Shizhou Poetry Talk that the ancient poems selected in Song Shi Chao fully show the true nature of song poetry, although it is unavoidable that it is crude. When Shi talks about ancient poetry, he focuses on the conclusion. Brilliant, page 12 of Poetic Talk. The selections selected for this book focus on novel and wonderful ideas, which are consistent with what is discussed. However, good at description, good at using things, and good at organizing are all the strengths of the ancient poetry of the Song dynasty. It seems difficult to it doesn't matter. Since the Jiangxi school of modern style, people in the Song dynasty have deliberately emphasized rhythm. Perhaps it is more sophisticated than the ancient style, but the ancient style can also flourish and open up its own niche. It does not seem to be a fair argument if the essence is exclusively concentrated in the modern style. I think the old man's discussion of ancient poetry was based on Baisher's poetry and was not Su Heng's overall view. As for the selection of song poetry, it was originally intended to focus on the harmonious and smooth music of the modern style, in order to correct the shortcomings of the sages of the time. The ancient style was too lengthy, and if all were taken into account, it would become a huge volume, so I only started with the sublime style. The essence in the preface is like this: I think it is just talking about the subject, it is said on a whim without thinking deeply, and it becomes ambiguous. The book is divided into installments, which is quite appropriate and natural. Those who have always discussed song poetry have already roughly sketched this boundary. The old man just figured it out for him. As for the selection criteria, you can see them in the comments and bullet points. The reviews of this book are concise to indicate the purpose and guide beginners. All very convenient. Generally speaking, the first level of spitting is generous. This matter is related to cultivation, not just the depth of poetry. For example, a review of Qian Weiyan's Thinking of Bamboos and Cranes says, having status is a first-class human language. 1.1, Chen Yui's Xie Yunyu Wenqing Beiyuan says, 56th century has been stained by a large pen, and I will never tire of reading it 100 times. 3.1, Su Shi's He Ziyu Qing Qing says, if the scenery is not very sublime, the famous people can write about it appropriately, but the minor famous people are unwilling to write down the non-elegant things. 2.20 All this is said. You have a broad mind and you can see how big it is. Another comment on Huang Luji's Sujiopengzi Huai Tao Ling says, the names given by the ancients probably had their own intentions. But the writing on the name is almost exquisite. 2.23 Inscribed on bamboo and stone herding cows, says, it is very wonderful to use Taibai's de la Pian to tune it, but it needs to be listened to with little care. 2.26 The language here is too brief. For details, see Shihua 17. Page, it is too coincidental and unreasonable to think that it is like the poem, it is thicker than bamboo and thinner than stone. Another comment on Shen Shidao's Concubine's Unlucky Life said, comparing the two poems, I feel that they are unethical. 2.29 The first poem of Fang Guxing says, in the end, I feel like showing off jade. 2.30 The so-called unethical was considered too intimate. It means losing one's identity. Another comment on Lalaifa's Sending Shaoqing from Guishuan to Shishu said, if you use the word ruelu and other words, it will be too small. Another comment on the same article as this Junan said, the proverb calls Qiao Yan, it's better to be straight. This is what the Ming Dynasty people dare not say. The old man doesn't like Zen language very much. Commenting on Rao Jie said, there are many poems about Zen, which are beyond the comparison of those who have just tasted them, but I will not record them here. 3.8 Another comment on Su Shi's 100 Steps to the Flood said, Pagong likes to express himself in Zen language, but it is tasteless. This poem is just pointed out by the sharp eyes in front of him, and it is really beyond the reach of people with dull skills. 2.14 The old man was able to understand the Zen language but did not like Dongpa's Zen language. He probably felt that he was showing off too much. As for not selecting works written by Rao Jie Zen, it may be because there is too much Zen and too few poems. However, Zen has a great influence on poetry. Some people say that the new realm of Huangshan Valley is all about Zen skills. This layer seems worth discussing in detail. Generosity not only refers to thoughts, but also talents. Yan Yuyan commented on the book. Zhanglang has some poetry talks. He talks about poetry very highly and uses Zen as a metaphor. But what he has done is nothing more than this. Those who specialize in Wang Meng are limited by their thoughts. Less than talent. 4.6 The old man discussed poetry, so he did not insist on one style. He said, knowing the goodness of the same body and forgetting the beauty of different quantities have never been achieved. Shihua 12, page 1, comments on one of Qin Guan's 5 poems on spring. Ishan ridiculed the word love as a girl's poem. Poet. How can it be possible for people to express their concern for their wives by expressing them in an elegant way but without the national style? No girls are allowed to compose poems? 2.33 Generosity, sincerity and interest are also the criteria for selection in this book. A comment on Su Xuanqing's Crying Man Qing says, the return sentence is a truly painful statement. 1.11 Comment on Mei Yaoqin's Mourning for the Death, the third sentence. The one you love can't help but say something, even if it is too inappropriate, it will not hurt. 1.13 the second sentence of The Little Girl of Shang says, "The bitter feeling at the end of the cross it can be written." 1.16. Commenting on Huang Luji's Xiayun Wuxuani 3 Paths Huayo, it says, "The last 4 sentences are sad." 2.24. Xiayun Wenxian says, "One or two enemies are 1,000 enemies." 2.28. One of the comments on Chen Shidao's Concubine's Unlucky Life says, "Sad words can help Gu Changkong to Huan Xuanwu for a long time." 2.29. Commenting on Lu Yu's Shen's Little Garden and other works, he said, "It is a heartbreaking work in ancient and modern times. There are no such 3 poems before and after." 3.28. These are all sincere works. There are also those who are selected without sincerity, but they must have other merits. Comment on Wang Engshi's Send to the Fathers and Brothers under the K and Shou Pingfu Brothers says, "Although I don't mean what I say from the bottom of my heart, I listen to it automatically because I say it." 2.4. Huang Luji's Xia Yunzi looks at the western mountains of Wuchang says, "Bingzi looked at Sishan and was filled with emotion. At this time, he was in the same situation." 2.25. Commenting on Yu Miao's Send Wu to Wait for Control to Guard Xiangyang said, "It's a work of reciprocity, but the 3, 4, and 6 words are measured." 3.13. All visible. Commenting on Huang Luji's inscription on Bo Shi's painting of Yan Ziling's fishing beach, he said, "This excitement has reached the ears." 2.25. One of the 10 poems in The Case of Sickness in Jingjiang Pavilion says, "The work that inspired the meeting." 2.25, 26. The old man does not particularly attach importance to the works he has been working on for a long time. There are 3 comments in Shihua, 4 pages. Therefore, the comments on these 2 poems are only understated. However, Kai Xiang, Ouyang Xiu, Su Shi, and Lu Yu held the 4 poems in Mengzhong 1.6, 1.9, 2.11, 3.27, extremely highly, thinking that there would be divine help, and even said that the 4 poems it is so sublime that the 4 kings have never seen it in their lives. 3.27. Europe's writing is wonderful, but one sentence has the same meaning, and there is not much organizational effort. Lu's wa is appropriate and convenient, and the naturalness is gratifying. Su's wa can be called xinghui. Kai's was sentence is surprising. The old man's recommendation seemed to go too far. This is related to his discussion of Wang Engshi's poems, which he summarized with 2 poems, Willow Leaves Ming and Shao Green. 2.6. Both are difficult to explain. Another comment on Mu Xiu's Gui Ho Yuan said, "You are good at joking, but you are not cruel." 1.8. Kong Wuzhong's Melon Steps Block the Wind says, "The second sentence is very interesting." 2.37. Yang Wanli's inscription on the stone cliff of Zhongjie village says, "The last 7 characters make people laugh." 3.21. The poems are mixed and humorous. Du Fu's works in his later years really opened up the trend, Mr. Hu Shizhi said in History of Vernacular Literature. People in Song Dynasty were quite good at learning from him. Old people also appreciate this kind of thing. When discussing poetry and essays, they all emphasize imitation. The imitation of death, the so-called painting of a sitting figure of a dead person, is not important. The important thing is to be able to change and make something new out of the past. the so-called reborn is. Comments on this book often point out the blueprint of the verses. Those that remain constant can be changed. This kind of comment not only helps to understand the multiple meanings of poetry, but also provides guidance for beginners. Sometimes they also point out imitative sentences and tell people that they cannot be learned. A comment on Chen Shidao's gift to Ouyang Shubi says, "Those who learn from Du in the last two sentences and get his skin must not learn from them." March 30, 31. However, a comment on Chen Yui's operation on returning to Yeyang Tower says, "Those who studied Du in the 56th century and obtained his bones." 3.2. If you get the skin, you will die. If you get the bones, you will live. Avoiding the familiar and embracing the new is also a way of living, and it is also a way of change. Commenting on Su Xuanqin's looking at the moon and cherishing the moon at the Wujiang Pavilion on the mid-autumn night, the former Prime Minister Zhang Zai and sending the message to the King Mo Kai-da, said, "Looking at the moon and cherishing people's words are not new." This work is quite able to avoid familiarity and become familiar. 1.11 Change is actually innovation. Pure innovation is hard to come by. A comment on Wang Engshi's Renshin cold food says, "The crossing creates endless freshness." 2.4 Su Shi's inscription on the wall of the Western Forest says, "This poem has new ideas, which seem to have never been done before by human beings." 2.13 Yang Wanli's moving the boat into the river from Chiku and then mooring 10 miles away at Panjiawan to stop the wind says, "Riding against the wind is all about the westward flow of the river." Yang Wanli's moving the boat into the river from Chiku and then mooring 10 miles away at Panjiawan to stop the wind says, "Riding against the wind is all about the westward flow of the river." It is shocking and unhumane. March 19, 20, Qingzhai poems in the novel. There are many new situations, but they are often clever. Cleverness is not generous. The old man commented on Su Zhao's Lu Yi Ci, "It's just new and clever," and he was not satisfied with the clever taste. The book also occasionally comments on the use of words, sentences, and rhymes. The wording used is like Chen Shidao's Qi and Li Shijun 9 days on the theater stage says, 3 and 4 plus the word can and gung will not become outdated. 2.32. This is also a change. Another example is written in Hokusai after the rain. The word zhan can be cut under the word sun. 2.36. For example, Huang Luji's Sujiopengza Huai Tao Ling says, "There is a great deal of craftsmanship in casting words." 2.23. Tang Gung and Zhang Qiu's poems say, "Working on making sentences." 3.10. The rhyme is like Lu Yao's Qiu Zhong Yi Zhao encountering rain on the way back from a tour in the mountains. Rhyming with ji is like throwing bricks to the ground, from the sentence Master He Ji in Zhua Shizhuan. 3.5. All quite accurate. Only the rhyming words of the word qian in Huang Luji's poem Chun Sui gets clams and returns to Shunquan. 2.22-23. It is far-fetched. In fact, the word front coincides with the word bien, and there is no suspicion of taking advantage of the rhyme. The world's excuse is unknown, and it seems to be insufficient to argue. The book pays special attention to the organization of chapters and sentences. When commenting on ancient poems, there is often a saying of fi. For example, Mei Yaochun's famous work, Fan Rao Zhou, sits in the middle of the country and talks about eating puffer fish, says, "This poem is really excellent, but only the first 4 sentences are left. The rest are all left out. However, it is said that you can find pearls by exploringly, and listen to the rest of the things with scales and claws." That's all. 1.12. The organizers said jian means economic. Sentences are simple and easy. The whole poem is difficult to write. The old man commented on Su Shi's, the paintings of Wang Wei and Wu Daozi, and said, "Every poem by a famous master must have 1 or 2 amazing famous lines, and the whole poem can be suppressed. Its scales and claws are not everywhere, and it is not possible to use all the strength." 2:8. This is to defend everyone, but it is really not easy to organize. The same is true for modern poetry, so in ancient and modern poems, there are many excerpts and few complete poems. The most eloquent discussion of this in Shi Hua says, "When writing modern poetry, one suffers from a lack of attention. For example, there are 8 lines in a 7-rhythm poem, but if there is no meaning in the 8 lines, it will be empty and prevaricating, and it will not reach anything. But it turns out he is a mastermind." Shangzhang Luodilai, 2, 3, and 3 or 4 of the 8 sentences are worth listening to, and the rest are also worth listening to. If there is more than enough intention, then it will be like cutting off a galloping horse, or sending an approaching person home by the water. You must use good and subtle means. If the intention is just enough, then the stream will return to the river, pretending to be calm, so there is still room for work, and it is just a matter of posture. Poetry, page 11. The book reviews modern works and does not talk much about organization. In fact, because there are so few of them, it would be too tedious to point out flaws one by one. Only those with special organizations have instructions. Commenting on Zheng Wenbao's KT, it is said, "The first sentence of this poem is a pause, and the next 3 sentences are continued in one breath. It has an original style." Among the people of the Tang dynasty, Taibai's poem, King Go Jian of Yu Defeated Wu Gui, is the only one in which the first 3 sentences are said in one breath and the last sentence is swept away. This poem has different meanings but the same purpose. Good at Change, 1.2. Chen Shidao's Spring Huahua Shows Neighbors says, "This poem has another structure, like 2 quatrains connected into a unified pattern." 2.32. Yang Wanli's, inscribed on Shen Zishou's observations, says, "Invert the halberd and enter the practice." 3.19. If you don't recite these 3 poems in detail, you will have read them in full. The poems selected in the book are very unique, and they are also praised in the poetry of the Song dynasty, as well as works about the poet's anecdotes. Most of them are also selected. Reading this book is like walking on the street and seeing familiar people often. Criticizing poets, such as Wang Angshi, 2.6, Su Shi, 2.16, Huang Luji, 2.24, Zhu Shi, 3.12, Lu Yu, 3.29, Lu Kezhuang, 4.11, and others. Although the words are short and concise, they are by no means as exciting as the author. As for poetry, it is the old man's forte. For example, Wang Angshi's Yuan Feng Xing, 2.1, and Ming Fei Chu, 2.2, are able to determine the intention and penetrate it with a whip, which has never been described by ancient and modern people. Another example is Huang Luji's The Song of Mrs. Lin's Drama, Part 1, 2.23. The chronological order is quite difficult to understand, but once the old man points it out, he suddenly feels at ease. There are also occasional attachments in the comments. I have mentioned one in the discussion of rhyme above. He commented on Wang Engshi's Song of Yuan Feng and said, "There is a slight meaning of Yang Zio's beans fall into bean sprouts." 2.4. If you read the original poem carefully, you will never find this meaning. Different from Yuan Feng Xing and Ho Yuan Feng Xing, there is only the word Nanshan. He made this comment after thinking too far, but he himself was not convinced, so he only said slightly. However, there are very few such references in the book. Commentary on Changing Poems. Ouyang Xiu's Small Drink at Fengla Pavilion says, the fifth sentence uses the prefix to say that a prostitute is ugly, which seems inappropriate. It should be changed. 1.9. The original poem goes, looking at the beautiful women, you don't know how ugly they are. They compete for beauty with their ancient makeup and wild looks. This is a humorous statement, which has a different appearance and the same heart as Su Shi's Yu Qiannu. The emphasis is on the simplicity and authenticity of the wandering girl, not on the beauty and ugliness of the poem. Besides, the poem was not written for wandering girls, nor for the people of the state, but for friends. Since it is not a missionary work, why bother with decency? Another 5 or 6 lines of the poem, recruiting hosts and guests, say, the sweeping courtyard is 100 acres wide, and the bright moon shines brightly with few faces. The comment says, if less face is replaced with the many faces, it will be better. How limited is the clear light of the bright moon? That is to say, sweeping across a vast courtyard 100 acres wide, how can we allow it to be let go as much as possible? Saying little appearance means comparatively more, which means it is interesting and interesting. Changing duo rong would be too straightforward. The development of poetry criticism. Comments on 3 volumes of Luo Zhen's History of Chinese Literary Criticism, History of Literary Criticism of Zhou, Qin and Han Dynasties, History of Literary Criticism of Wei, Jin and Six Dynasties, History of Literary Criticism of Sui and Tang Dynasties, The Commercial Press. And Zhu Dongruan's Outline of the History of Chinese Literary Criticism, Kaming Bookstore, Literary criticism is a translated name. What we call poetry criticism is comparable to literary criticism, although it may not be completely consistent. Our poetry criticism has its own development. It is now commonly known as literary criticism, because this term is clearer, more precise, and more solemn. But when it comes to development, the old name cannot be obliterated. The old name represents a vassal status and a contemptuous voice. Poetry and literary criticism, in the catalogue it's just the tale of Jibu. It turns out that some people regard the poems themselves as trivial, so the criticism of the poems is even more trivial and cannot be discussed in depth. On the one hand, since when Xian Diaolong and Shipin, the energy of criticism has been scattered in anthologies, poems and anthologies, and there are very few systematic special books. Therefore, it is difficult to improve one's status quickly. Besides, many people think that the most important thing about poetry is the ability to write poetry, but the reviewers are often not writers, and their comments are nothing more than idle talk, or at most just gossip. However, Since the Tang and Song dynasties, poetry criticism has continued to inherit the previous tradition and developed. There are essays on poetry in various anthologies, poetry talks from various schools, as well as selected editions, and commentaries, as well as lyrics, compositions, etc. The number is really astonishing. Although poetry and literature criticism is in a subordinate position, it can be a category of its own because bibliographers have to admit this development situation. But after all, it is still in a vassal status. If the new idea and name of literary criticism had not been introduced, and if ordinary people had not been able to seriously accept this new idea, there would still be no history of Chinese literary criticism. At the end of the Qing dynasty, we began to have a history of Chinese literature. Although literary history is also an imported idea, it has long had its roots in our tradition. During the 6 dynasties, Shen Yu and Lu Xia both talked about change, which refers to the historical development of literature. Therefore, there have been quite a few literary histories published in these years, although only 3 or 4 are worth reading. The emergence of the history of Chinese literary criticism had to wait until after the May 4th movement, when people began to seek new ideas and new evaluations. At this time, people took a serious attitude towards literature, and therefore also towards literary criticism, which improved the status of literary criticism, poetry criticism, in China. In the past 20 years we have had at least 5 histories of Chinese literary criticism. The progress is rapid. In the West, there are many people who value creation but despise criticism. Although they have many works of literary criticism, there still seem to be far fewer works on the history of literary criticism than on the history of literature. In our past 20 years, the history of literary criticism has almost caught up with the history of literature. This may be because we are beginning a new era of criticism, an era of reevaluating all values. To reevaluate all values, we must understand various values in tradition and various evaluation standards. Therefore, some people who study Chinese literature put their interest and energy in the history of literary criticism. Besides, although the evaluation criteria we use for modern Chinese literature are universal at first, in fact, they are borrowed from the West. Later, they gradually incorporated the traditions of their own country, such as the so-called Yanji school and Zidao school. In fact, it is better to say Zidao school and Yuanqing school. The history of literary criticism can not only illuminate the past, but also illuminate the present and guide the way forward. This also increases its interest and status. Furthermore, to solve the so-called problem of literary heritage, we need not only the history of literature, but also the history of literary criticism. The history of Chinese literary criticism has developed quite rapidly, and these circumstances may have had an impact. The first person to collect materials on a large scale to write the history of Chinese literary criticism must be Mr. Guo Xiaoyu. I have seen the catalogue of the poems he collected, and I am afraid that few people can match the richness. He wrote many individual texts. It analyzes some important ideas in Chinese literary criticism and inspires us a lot. It is a pity that his History of Chinese Literary Criticism has only published the first volume, and because it was written earlier, it inevitably suffers from some inseparable features. In addition, this kind of book is still in its infancy, so it is difficult for the style to be more rigorous. With Mr. Luo's book, the situation is different. The organization gradually became more symmetrical, and the judgment gradually became more fair. This is also a natural trend. Mr. Luo's writing lasted until the 5 dynasties. It covers a shorter period than what Mr. Guo wrote about the Northern Song dynasty, but it is more detailed. This was originally a book. Due to printing difficulties during the war, it was published in 4 volumes, but the 4th volume has not yet been released. As far as the 3 volumes have been published. This is a history of Chinese literary criticism that deserves careful study. Literary criticism was originally a foreign idea. Although our poetry criticism is equivalent to literary criticism, it has its own development, as mentioned above. Writing a history of Chinese literary criticism. The difficulty is to compare the two just enough so that we can rely on the mirror of literary criticism to clearly illuminate the face of poetry and literary criticism. There are some parts of poetry criticism that have nothing to do with literary criticism and must be liquidated. This is to return literary criticism to literary criticism. Is the first step. China must be returned to China, and one era must be returned to another era. Only by following this direction can we integrate our materials with the external ideas and grasp the key points everywhere. Only after grasping the key points can it be worth exploring in detail. Except for the introduction, Volume 1, which seems a bit complicated, Mr. Luo's book is refreshing just by looking at the table of contents, just because he can catch it. He said that we should combine the strengths of chronology, chronicle, and biography to create a synthesis. Sometimes there is no need to stick to the rules. For example, in terms of general literary criticism, the Sui and Tang dynasties are different from the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, so they are divided into 2 periods. However, the music theory of the early Tang dynasty passed on the mantle of the Southern and Northern dynasties, and was appended to the music theory of the Southern and Northern dynasties. He must do what Zhang Xueqing calls doing the best for heaven without benefiting others. Objective attitude, 36 to 38 pages in 1 volume. Only in this way can we truly return an era to another era. History of Literary Criticism of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, 3 volumes, begins with 2 chapters on poetic dual and methods. First look at the table of contents. Maybe you feel that such a trivial topic is not worthy of a special chapter, let alone occupying such an important position in 2 chapters, but after reading it carefully, you realize that it is more important than the theory of rhythm, which occupies 2 chapters in 2 volumes. There is nothing worse than this, and the author specifically mentions it. It is his unique opinion that he does not tire of asking for details, and this is also his attitude of truly returning China to China. The introduction points out that Western literary criticism is biased toward literary judgment and critical theory, while Chinese literary criticism is biased toward literary theory. Criticism of China. Most of them are writers' counter-arguments, and there are not many critical experts. The writer's counter-examination must of course focus on the construction of theory, not on the criticism of literary works. He also said that in China, criticism is not the judge of creation, but the leadership of creation, Volume 14, 15. He thinks this is because Chinese culture values practicality more than knowledge, and seeking good things more than seeking truth, Volume 1, pages 16 to 17. The facts pointed out here are generally good. There is some truth in saying that utility is more important than knowledge. But when it comes to being a writer, it's natural to focus on theory. And seeking good is more important than seeking truth seems to be debatable. For example, Cao Pai and Cao Ji are both writers. The former said that literati each have their own strengths and ignore each other's shortcomings, Dian Luan Huan, and the latter even said that good people often ridicule their writings, and those who are not good should correct their mistakes in time. A letter to Yang De. Neither focuses on theory. Mr. Luo calls these theories of appreciation, pages 78 to 79 of Volume 2. Isn't appreciation the criticism or judgment of creation? According to Mr. Luo, this is seeking truth. According to Cao Ji, this is also clearly seeking good things, what Cao Pai calls right and wrong. It is also another name for good and bad. While Western literary judges or critics of writers' works seek truth on the one hand, they also seek the best on the other. As for Chinese literary theory, such as Zidao said, it is more appropriate to say that it is more about seeking truth than seeking the good. In short, in literary criticism, both theory and refereeing seem to seek truth and good at the same time. We don't have to make a strong distinction between the two categories. As for the lack of systematic criticism of writers' works in China, the fact that Confucianism still uses it but does not yet understand it is certainly a factor. The relationship between Taoism and Taoism may be greater because it emphasizes mystery rather than reality. It turns out that our artistic theory of seeking good originated from Taoism, and Taoism does not trust language and believes that words cannot convey the meaning, so they advocate unreasonable words. When criticizing writers and works, they are inevitably truthful and become little words. There is Duanya Ci, or what Zen Buddhism calls dead talk. Therefore, this kind of criticism is somewhat vulgar. Vulgarity means seeing the small but not the big. Chinese literary criticism has not been fully developed because of this. It is also why it cannot become a profession and develop separately from creation. As for modern Westerners' assertion that creation must incorporate criticism, and criticism must incorporate creation, as Mr. Zhu Guangqian's words quoted in the book, but because the division of responsibilities is too great, they inevitably emphasize the details and neglect the fundamentals, so they continue to make further progress. This step is to correct the overweight situation. Promote a more robust development of criticism. But the phenomenon of separation of criticism and creation will continue to exist, because this is a world of separate industries. Zhong Rong's Shipin is naturally the earliest systematic work on Chinese criticism of writers and works. Lu Xie's When Xian Diaolong also systematically discusses writers, which everyone knows. But everyone has ignored several books from the Qing dynasty. Chen Zhuoming's Selected Ancient Poems criticizes the selected writers in turn, focusing on words and emotions, with many sophisticated meanings. From one perspective, the various articles in the collection of Summary of the General Catalogue of Sikuquanshu can be regarded as systematic literary criticism, and Ji Yun's opinions are mostly here. There are also Zhao Yi's Obey Poetry Talk divided into 10 schools, each with one volume. Mr. Zhu Dongrun said that it is long and full of meaning. Creating Patterns in Poems and Paintings, page 368 of Outline of the History of Criticism, can also be regarded as a systematic work. Other than that, there are only fragmentary materials. Mr. Luo mentioned a general comment on Meibiao by an art selector, thought it was worthless, One volume has 6 pages, see 8 pages. This kind of picker can be called a critic. The commentaries were probably created in the Southern Song dynasty for the purpose of providing speculation for scholars who were taking the exams. This kind of selection has always been considered a bad book, and this kind of commentary has always been considered a bad opinion. However, this kind of book gradually expanded its scope and influence. Some can undoubtedly represent or even lead a temporary creative trend. The former is like Feng Hui's Inkue Lv Sui in the late Song dynasty, and the latter is like The Return of Ancient Tang Poems by Zhong Xing and Tan Yuanchun in the late Ming dynasty. It seems that the history of literary criticism should also give this kind of criticism a considerable status. That's the objective attitude. In fact, the fragments criticizing writers or works in the anthology or collection start at the same time as the anthology or collection. Wang Yi's Chapter of Chu should be regarded as our first collection or anthology. There are words in it that refute Ban Gu's discussion of Li Sa. Ban criticized Chu Yuan and Li Sa, and Wang criticized his criticism. This has developed to the stage of double criticism. It turns out that our work on the centralized department generally has 2 directions. The first is notes and seeking truth. There are occasional criticisms in it, but they are only part of the notes. The discussion of Li Sa in Chu Xi Zhang Ju seems to belong to this category. Another example is Zhou Si's Wei Du Fu in Selected Works, which discusses how to describe the momentum of a bird about to fly and how to describe the height of a pavilion. Compare the similar sentences in each poem, point out the similarities and differences, and show the advantages and disadvantages. Which one will more clearly belong to this category? The second is selection, which is for the sake of excellence. The purpose of the selection is probably found in the preface, postscript, or general introduction, and sometimes the author or even the work is criticized separately. Zhiyu's article Liobia and Li Chang's Hanlin Luan in the Jin dynasty were the founders, and they were already criticizing writers and works. The number of selected editions seems to be far greater than the annotated editions, but there are not many literary criticism materials in them, and even fewer are complete. The reasons have been discussed above. There are also letters and poems on poetry and essays in the separate collections, among which there are few criticisms of writers and works. Prefaces and postscripts often mention writers, but they are more perfunctory and less critical, and it is even rarer to criticize works. Poetry, literature, etc. It mainly focuses on discussing writers and works, but it is too fragmentary. Excerpts and appreciation are especially trivial. Some criticisms of writers in historical records, Yuan biographies, or literary biographies are often based on epitaphs and so on. Epitaphs and so on sometimes also criticize works. The most striking example is Du Fu's epitaph written by Yuan Zhen, which respected Du Fu's arrangement of rhymes and led to the still controversial debate on the superiority and inferiority of Li and Du. From what has been said above, it can be seen that the so-called literary judging has not been fully developed in China. But it also has ancient origins and wide distribution. This seems impossible to ignore. But Mr. Luo's book can indeed use the light of the idea of literary criticism to see the true nature of our poetry and literary criticism more clearly. In History of Literary Criticism of Wei, Jin and Six Dynasties, he devoted a special chapter to expounding the theory of style category, parts 24-4. In the past, people who wrote the history of literature and literary criticism felt that this kind of stylistic theory was trivial and messy, and they did not pay enough attention to it. However, after reading Mr. Luo's narrative and analysis, we can see that all kinds of stylistic theories are the criticism of the work. Not individually, but comprehensively, these theories instruct people on how to create and appreciate various types of writing. This not only shows how people began to become conscious of literature, but also how the new, purified, literary concept was formed during the 6 dynasties. This is the missing link, and now it is found and connected. This volume contains the chapter, Literary Concepts, pages 1-17. The narratives are also more detailed, with Xiao Gang's advocacy of Xingbang's literature, and Su Ling's editing of Beauty's erotic songs, each occupying an independent program. There are also the first 2 chapters of the 3rd volume mentioned above, Poetry, Duality and Practice, which have the same function as styles. We can see how rhythmic poetry developed, and also see the background of Yuan Zhen and Bai Juyi's social poetry theory. Besides, after the start of literary self-consciousness in the Wei and Jin dynasties, in addition to stylistic theory, there were many kinds of criticism. These criticisms. In the past, it was only classified under the names of eras or writers and critics, but this book explains it in 2 separate chapters, Theory of Creation and Theory of Appreciation, pages 70-8 of the 2nd volume, and the appearance is clearer. History of Literary Criticism in Zhou, Qin and Han dynasties also mentions the theory of rhetoric in ancient classics, Wu Sanmen. This is also the missing link. The spring and autumn period was the era of poetry and ci. At that time, poetry was also used as ci, so it can also be said that the spring and autumn period was the era of ci. The Warring States period was still the era of ci. How rhetoric and rhetoric evolved into various literary styles cannot be discussed here. Zhang Xueqing's Wen Shi Tong Yi Shi Jiao chapter has touched on this issue, but he has not yet clearly recognized the face of ci. Now I just want to point out that Confucius's ci is just expressive, is the same as the Yi Zhuan. The sentence, rhetoric establishes sincerity, had a great influence on later literary theory. And these are all about ci. From here we can see the importance of rhetoric theory. However, literary and ci have always been confused, and ci is considered to be the same as the so-called literary ci in later generations. Therefore, we only see its flow but not its origin. The preface to Selected Works once put forward the words of the Warring States period. But no one noticed. Yuan Yuan and the Qing dynasty highly praised Selected Works, but when he read the preface, he also ignored this point. Mr. Luo now noticed that the theory of rhetoric in ancient scriptures is naturally rare, but it is a pity that he only mentioned it and did not develop it. The 3rd volume narrates the literary theories of historians, and sets up a special program on literary historical views, one section from 1989 to 19. The 3rd volume narrates the literary theories of historians, and sets up a special program on literary historical views, one section from. The idea of has long been rooted in our tradition, and it refers to this. Previous literary histories, etc., have never had such a clear goal, so this important idea in our tradition has been hidden. This volume describes the ancient literature theory, pages 103 to 15. It is also very substantial. Regarding Hanyu, there is a special list of "the injustice will be heard" and "the poor literature will benefit the work," pages 133 to 134. This is Hanyu's important literary opinion and does not go beyond the "only" statement below, but never got the status it deserved. When talking about methods of interpretation, in the introduction of this book, there is identification of similarities, which is to analyze the meaning of words, which is extremely important in the study of literary criticism. Many terms in literary criticism have been used for a long time, and like a snowball, they have more and more meanings. People who continue to use it sometimes take this meaning and sometimes take that meaning, either according to general habits or according to the convenience of writing, which is extremely complicated. To understand the exact meaning of this word, precise analysis is required. The book discusses the so-called one in the Han Dynasty. It does not specifically refer to poetry. One volume has 98 pages. It is also said that the unique value of poetry is that it is different from poetry, and the Han people regard poetry as poetry. Of course, the quality of poetry and poetry itself has been buried a lot by them. Ci Fu's status at that time was greatly improved by them. Each volume contains 120 pages, all of which are the result of careful analysis. This is how we can identify those suspicious areas. Mr. Zhu's Outline of the History of Chinese Literary Criticism says in the preface, "The narrative of this book pays special attention to modern critics, 4 sides." Most of his books were titled by individual critics until Chen Tingzhuo, the author of Bai Yuzhai Ci Hua, in the Qing dynasty. His far, slightly, near and detailed narrative just meets our needs and makes up for our shortcomings. This is the first brief history of Chinese literary criticism, and it is interesting for us to read. This was originally a lecture notes, not a detailed history of Chinese literary criticism, as the preface makes it clear. We can only read it as an outline. Some people hope that the book will describe it in more detail. But that's not an outline anymore. The automatic preface also said that this book was made up of 2 manuscripts, but now only 1 trace is left. Chapter 37 says, Dongpo was dissatisfied with Lu's poems when he was young, and his words can be seen before. Side 196, you can't see it from the front. This is not bad after all. As outline, it is very appropriate for this book to be titled Critic, because as the preface says, what you see here is often the critic as a whole, 4 sides. Mr. Zhu's works on Chinese literary criticism a lot, besides 4 essays on poetry reading, business. There are also many papers on the study of critics of the past dynasties, which were once published in Wuhan University's Journal of Literature and Philosophy. Now I heard that they have been compiled into a book and published by Shanghai Kaming Bookstore. 4 essays on poetry reading, and those essays are quite detailed and contain many original ideas. He adopts an objective and analytical attitude. The preface of Outline mentioned that some people believe that this book is not entirely a narrative of historical facts, but sometimes it is inevitable to make subjective judgments. Mr. Zhu admitted this. He raised the issue of historical perspective and said, historians always have their own standpoint, 5 sides. This book contains narratives and discussions, which makes it lively and interesting to read. However, Mr. Zhu's historical view or standpoint seems to be just that. The so-called interpretation of ancient times means giving back literary criticism to literary criticism, and giving back China to China. An era gives back to an era. This seems to be our general position in modern times, and it is not particularly subjective to Mr. Zhu. For example, after the prosperous Tang dynasty is described in the book, most poems can be divided into two schools, art for art's sake, such as Yin Fan, Gao Zhongwu, Ziqing Tu, etc. Art is born for life, such as Yuan Jia, by Zhi, Yuan Zhen, etc. 93 to 94 pages. The existence of the two schools can be compared with external ideas and complement each other. Another example is Yuan Mei's defense of Wang Zihui. The second chapter of The Collection of Inu is the same as that of Suiyuan and Suiyuan mentioned in Suiyuan poems. The poetry of the Xiangting brothers is not specifically related to the correct temperament of men and women. Even if they are given spoons to pick orchids, they are not as naked as paintings. If because of the word funny, he returns to the same sect every time and becomes the main sect as a naughty son, it is absolutely unacceptable. 363 Faces. This can be said to be the tradition of Yizheng. It is just something that has been critically accepted in this era, and it has the same status as the foreign traditional ideas in the above example. These judgments all reflect our times and are more objective than subjective. However, Chen Tingzuo is the leading figure in the book. In this last chapter, Zhuangmu or Tan Xiandao is first described. The Qing people's Ci poems reached Zhuang Tan and the situation was settled. Zhuang Tan's Ci poems were never completed, so they ended with Yifeng, Tingzuo Zi Yifeng, Yen. 396 sides. This judgment is objective, but the title does not list the representative critic Zhuang Tan. It would be a bit biased or negligent to only cite the Qin family who were influenced by the Zhuang family. However, this kind of small section is not enough to distinguish between subjectivity and objectivity. The Grundrisse targets individual critics, and these critics can be said to represent an era. As a critic of a sect or a theory, the author's strength lies in his ability to select some representative critics who have not been noticed by previous generations based on an objective attitude. For example, Zhang Jia opposed the Jiangxi school in the Southern Song dynasty, chapter 30, and Yi Xie changed his poetry theory again in the Qing dynasty, chapter 61. Ji Yun, chapter 67, who was the first to have a self-conscious history of literary criticism, and Zhao Yi, chapter 70, who created a new style of poetry, seem not to mention much about their literary criticism or the general history of literature. This is simply the first time the author has introduced us to him. In addition, Jin Renrui and Li Yu each occupy a chapter, chapters 63 and 64. And Yuan Hongdao also specifically points out in one chapter, chapter 50, that he values novels and operas, chapter 26. These all reflect modern objective attitudes. Such an objective attitude. Although it is general, how to apply this attitude depends on the author's academic ability and knowledge. It is not a ready-made set that can be applied to historical facts at will. On Jin Renrui's criticism of his comments, pages 337, 340. It also quotes his comments on The Romance of the West Chamber, 338 pages, one chapter on Zhongxing and Tan Yuanchun, 51 chapters, and also quotes comments in Shigui. When it comes to modern criticism, it is necessary to give comments of fair status. Therefore, Lu Chenwang, a commentator from the Song and Yuan dynasties, comes to mind. He has reviewed many books, and it seems that he should have a place in this book. The book discusses the merits and demerits of the Chao Pai brothers, citing Wang Fuji's Jiangzhai poetry talk. Chao Zijian built it on Ziyuan, which is separated from immortals and mortals, but people call it Zijian and don't know Ziyuan. This is generally the case in popular opinion. Think. If this statement is discussed in terms of literary criticism, it cannot be discarded. Page 25, see page 27, which is the most fair statement. He also commented on Zhong Rong's insistence on returning to elegance and integrity. Page 68. Always only talk about Zhong Rong. His emphasis on natural imperial edicts seems to have not reached a certain level. As for Yan Yu, our country's literary critics are mostly writers, and criticizing the past and present is nothing more than an afterthought. In the Song dynasty, Yan Yu was the only one who was proud of his knowledge, and he specialized in criticizing famous writers. 184. This is indeed a unique view. The development of poetry in the two Song dynasties cultivated this kind of self-consciousness. It's true, but no one has ever pointed it out. Others such as Yuan Zhen's, although the main theme of his argument is the same as that of Bai Zhi, the scope of his views is larger and there are more motifs in his poems, so his criticism of people is not as harsh as Zhi's. 99 sides. On Lu Mian. The relationship between good words and articles and Tao is the same as Han Yu's, but there is a fundamental difference. Yu's emphasis is on the article, while the emphasis on the crown is on the Tao. Page 106. It seems that no one has mentioned it. The book it also points out that the Lu Ji brothers' emphasis on the new Qi, while Huang Fumi and Zhua Si's preface to the Three Capitals insists on the theory of substance, three or two aspects. People have always only paid attention to Pei Zai's on Diao Chong in the Qi dynasty. Gao Mubing's Tang poetry collection in the early Ming dynasty listed Du Fu as the most respected one, but in the book point out that he refuses to regard Du Fu as authentic. 2, 2, and 3 sides. Han Yu's cultural tradition. Wen Tong said that although Mao Kun did not understand the proposition until the Ming dynasty, 247 to 248, Han Yu already had this intention. Here, according to the opinions of Mr. Guo Xiaoyu, from the 5 classics, Zhua Shi, Zhuang, Sa, and Taishe are listed Gong, Sima Xiangru, Lu Xiang, Yang Xiong, Jin Shuijie. Answer to Lu Zhengfu. This book points out that Wang Shizhen in the Ming dynasty also regarded Zhuang, Lai, Huainan, and Zhua as the 4 ancient masters, 238 faces. This similarity and difference should be very meaningful. Another example is quoted from Xingguofan's diary. The way of ancient prose is connected with the parallel style, and said, this is a major feature of Zhang's theory. Therefore, in his essays, he often seeks it out from the sounds and colors of words and sentences. 392. This is also related to the atmosphere of an era and a faction. Each of the above examples shows an analytical attitude of careful thinking and discernment. History in During the Battle. Comment on Feng Xiefeng's Country Style and City Style, Writer's Bookstore. Mr. Xiefeng first met us as a poet in Lakeside, later he translated literary theory for us, and now he gives us new essays. Country style and city style is a new style of essays in his creation. This fully develops the new function of essays, the critical function other than satire, which is also the new function of prose. Our vernacular prose, excluding novels, was the first to develop long argumentative essays and casual essays, which are actually a type of essay. The long argumentative essay criticizes the old culture and builds a new culture. In the past 20 years, it has developed from bright and clear to precise, and developed its rational analysis function. The memoirs satirizes all kinds of old traditions, and its sharp writing is enough to make people laugh and laugh. Then comes the essay. Although it is said that the world is as big as a fly, it is all-encompassing, but the foundation is based on trivial things around us. These are just personal special likes and dislikes, reflected in the light and shadow of cynical philosophy. From sarcastic aversion to cynical incompetence. The chaos of the times and the relaxation of individuality have led to the temporary prosperity of short essays. However, at the peak of their prosperity, they have declined. The direction of the times has gradually become clear, the collective demands have gradually become stronger, and the power of reality has gradually tightened. So the essay became the first swallow in spring. The essay started with sharp satire on individual events, and gradually relaxed its scale to seriously discuss various aspects of life. The reach of the pen became deeper and wider, and its influence became more and more lasting. Country style and city style can be said to be the representative of this new style. Country style is the expression of the life of farmers and lower-class women, and city style is the expression of the life of metropolitan intellectuals. The former seems to be relatively simple, conserving tradition while looking forward to change. The latter is much more complicated, embracing the past, looking forward to the future, corrupting the present, each going his own way, and each speaking his own reasons. Tradition is history, and the past is history. The expectations, the longings, and even the corrosions are also bred by history, the so-called contradictory development. Mr. Ziqing taught people to put all kinds of historical responsibilities on their own shoulders, because this history is our own history after all. Only in this way can we take the road of conscious fighting. This is the battle now, the actual battle. The entire society must take this path, and the front must be extended to all corners of life and thought. This battle is against history on the one hand, and leading history on the other. People are fighting, and history is also fighting. But it doesn't matter whether it is rural style or city style. At present, we have not yet consciously pointed out the road to fighting, so the author of this book reluctantly analyzes, criticizes, and even denies to point out this road. The protagonists of country style, farmers and women, are mostly simple. They believe in the doctrine of peace, and in martyrs and chaste women. It all seems to be a sign of weakness, but it can also be said that the world is always going to change. Sometimes they even spend their own blood to resist the enemy, like various situations in eastern Zhejiang recorded in the book. This is the weak becoming the strong. So simple and kind, but also so simple and brave, it's true. The root is persistence with real life. The book talks about the cry of a country woman whose husband or son has died. This truth is most penetrating. But the most important thing is that she is in such a stronghold. What is used to combine with life is her labor and her life, to live together with her husband or son, to resist all hardships and disasters, and to attack everything with her own labor and life, so pure and solid love arises from the battle for life. Only he uses his own labor and life to attack the profitable and economic life, so the love and love beyond the profitable and economical are so strong, so pure and simple. Real. It is precisely on this point that people in the consumer class immediately show their selfishness and ruthlessness. Under the heavy pressure of life, not only this love and the power of love have to be expressed in all perseverance, focusing on the persistence of real life. And because of this, they stick to that stronghold even more tightly. This is because life has restricted them, preventing them from going any further. Therefore, once the stronghold that we are clinging to is lost, we have to be oppressed by the boundless haziness and invaded by emptiness. And felt hopelessly sad. 116 to 117 pages. This kind of simple persistence is certainly controlled by history, but if the power of this kind of persistence is one day accompanied by the requirement to improve one's own status, it can change history. This has been the case in the past. So it is now. Even the intellectuals, the protagonists of city style, are now living in chaos. Is this the fact that the material foundation of the old concept of life, which has always been solid, has also been shaken by the impact of real life? Yes, so some people put their bets on. Boss, dreaming of retrospection, but boss is only useful as a site that causes historical contradictions. Historical contradictions mean that history is in battle. Boss should only mean more experience in fighting. Makes sense. Other than looking at it this way, it's just the boss. It doesn't matter how long it has lasted, it has passed forever, it is forever dead, a dream, a shadow, something that cannot be grasped. Some self-admire themselves with beautiful ideals. And this is just a dream with no basis in reality for the day that has passed forever. With my attachment to dusk and its remaining glimmer, I focus on the black midnight, as if there is a candle with pale light, dying and swaying dimly in the dark shadow. Such idealism is of course so-called pale. And the person who embraces it is naturally a pale and feeble person. This embrace is his disappearance. Although those who embrace the past are not necessarily pale and feeble, they are also strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Strong on the outside is arrogant, and weak on the outside is inferior to others. In short, these two kinds of people are empty. If it is because of emptiness, then no matter whether we embrace the past era or embrace the beautiful world of the future, it will still be empty. If our emptiness comes from our present, then we will truly feel. The past era is like a gray corpse, and the beautiful future is simply a paper beauty. 1, 3, 5. People who are strict with moral integrity seem to be considered strong. The past era is like a gray corpse, and the beautiful future is simply a paper beauty. 1, 3, 5. People who are strict with moral integrity seem to be considered strong. However, at most, it only achieves the point of doing nothing. Secondly, because of timid and hypocritical historical observation and a clumsy and negative attitude towards life practice, which only stop at keeping one's self-sufficient life, are really at the end of moderation for the sake of festival, and secondly, Finally, this virtue was given the appearance of vulgarity, pretentiousness, and even hypocrisy for the sake of reputation. This virtue, which scholar bureaucrats have always relied on for self-reliance and pride, finally became sad, empty, and even nothingness in the pages of the author's book. At the end of his article, Talk About Scholars' Day and Joswaran, he said, "We have entered a new era. The sorrow and emptiness of history will end with the Great Rebellion, and will also end with such emptiness and sorrow being impossible." Era. This last sentence simply negates moral integrity without a trace. But after carefully reading the above-mentioned unreasonable analysis and practical criticism, you will know that this negation is by no means emotional, and it is inevitable that people will not believe it. This is the first time I have seen such a profound article on Shishirjia. Perhaps it is the one that should be read most carefully in the book. Also, pessimism comes from emptiness. It is something like a floating cloud, so varied yet as light as velvet. The pessimist himself is just a stimulant and can hardly become a motivation. At most, it feels like a light dust to disturb people, and it rarely affects their behavior. But as the cynics say, nowadays, even pessimism is not possible. The pessimists themselves are tired. Exhausted to the extreme, so he drifted with the tide, walking like a zombie. Just mix it up. This is more dangerous and sadder than pessimism. The author specifically points out this kind of person. Looking at the boring world with a bored mood will not cause despair or resistance to the world, but will be satisfied with one's own boredom. He was proud of the cultural garbage that had been immersed into the depths of his soul, so he became indifferent to everything and completely wandered in selfish Philistinism. Such people are a hybrid, cloaked in misanthropic individualism. In essence, it is Philistinism and Chi-Ji's egoism. 1:2:9. What this refers to is the cynicism of the popular world in the past 30 years, which is also the expression of emptiness or nothingness. The author believes that absolute nihilism is absolute egoism, because when man's nihilism reaches an absolute level, he must be self-interested to an absolute extent. At that time, even nihilism is no longer necessary. On the contrary, if you want to be self-interested to the absolute level, you have to be nihilistic to the absolute level. He believes that Philistinism is exactly a kind of nihilism. So it is a kind of egoism. This egoism has reached the point of seeking only profit, but right and wrong are extremely empty. Nowadays, people use the phrase, "There is no country or nation in their hearts," to curse, but they are not ashamed of pursuing only profit or self-interest. People. Little did they know that deep down in their hearts, they felt that even they themselves were about to cease to exist. All these are corrupting people today. These market trends are actually the twists and turns of history in the battle, and history is opening up the path of self-consciousness. The author once pointed out that old people can also be useful. He also said that there is also idealism that arises before dawn, which will become realism. And he also said that pessimists can also become soldiers. These are all in the tortuous formation or historical contradictions. With these, the path to conscious fighting gradually becomes clear. People are always proactive and must bear the cracks and squeezes of social contradictions. They must accept one kind of force to resist another opposite force. Here, people refers to people as well as individuals. Perhaps It is only when people stand on the ground that they feel that they exist, and it is only through their own standing and the strength of their own feet that they can occupy the world. How can people not get the practical power of life from the world, and how can they not merge into the world from their own practice? 166 to 168 sides. This is belief in one's own strength and confidence. Here comes the world. The author believes that a high-level national culture is the development of a broader and higher level of human values, and in a fighting revolutionary nation. This is a manifestation of the nation's high degree of revolutionary power. When talking about fighting, hatred naturally comes to mind, and many people particularly emphasize this hatred. The author naturally admits the existence of this hatred, but he said, love and sympathy, etc., are not now. In fact, most of it is caused by the struggle between hatred and hatred. He said, in the long history of human life struggle, the greatest products of the human spirit are reason and love for the same kind, but both of them arise from the same consciousness of interests. And developed. People pursue sympathy and similar lovers among each other, mainly guided by reason, arising from and due to mutual interests. 153 faces. However, people's interests in society are not only given to individuals by society, but are also constantly advancing and given from individuals to society. And this endowed relationship and its power lies in the struggle for common interests. In particular, it is understood and developed to a high degree. So, in the relationship of common interests, a relationship of transcendent interests arises, and in the struggle for common interests, a great spirit of transcending interests arises. The way out for mankind is here. The author particularly emphasizes the love between comrades in arms. He believes that even if the purpose and ideal of the battle are not mentioned at all, looking at the emotions and methods of friendship that have been formed by fighting together, it is already more solid than ordinary friendship. It is also closer to the human love required by reason and art. This emphasis on love gives people joy and strength. These can be said to be what the author considers to be scientific historical methods and historical truths. This historical method and historical truth are naturally not the author's invention. However, he created his own rigorous language based on his own experience of rural customs and city customs, and through his own practical thinking, which is very different from mechanical and formulaic preaching, and achieved his creation. Although the words in the book are not systematic, the ideas in them are rigorous and consistent. And permeated with that thought is the consistent confidence that the author is convinced of every word he says. You may think he is too utilitarian. He said that nostalgia is also an ancient emotion. He said dreamlike fantasies about the future, and he said nihilistic superprofit fantasies. Harsh, he attacks world-weary individualism or cynicism. It's a bit too much. But you feel that he has his consistent truth, and he is fully committed to this truth, and based on this book, you simply cannot find fault with him. So you have to hesitate and feel depressed. This shows the influence and power of this book. The language used by the author is actually just the language of common sense, but after his casting, it becomes tortuous, profound, and friendly. The author is a poet and can use his language well, so almost every sentence has weight. You cannot skip a sentence or two when reading. It is also difficult to omit a sentence or two when you quote. Metaphors are occasionally used in the article, but they are also fresh and lively, showing the true nature of the poet. This article often quotes the original book because the words in the original book can express the author's new style, and therefore the author's true self. This new style is not as light and humorous as a short essay, but it remains friendly. It is not as sharp as a satire, but it remains profound and warm. It is not as lively as a long argumentative essay, but it does not have the breadth and precision of it. This book is truly a creation. It has indeed fully developed the new functions of essays, but people who are accustomed to bright and clear writing may need a lot of patience to read this book. Life methodology. Comment on Phong Yolan's Xin Shur Sun, Kaming Bookstore. This book is called New Theory of Lifestyle. This is the most original and systematic work of its kind in the past 20 years. At the same time, it is a book useful for practice. The lifestyle methods discussed in the book seem to have been gained by the author through many years of experience. Therefore, it is approachable and easy to implement, unlike some people who talk about self-cultivation methods. Although they have high-level arguments, they do not give people a starting point. They talk about life methods without pointing out where to start. No matter how clever they are just checks that are not cashed. That is the so-called drama theory. The theatrical approach to life is not a method. The reader does not gain much benefit, at least immediately. Of course, practice is step-by-step practice. It is impossible to become a virtuous person and a saint immediately after reading a book. However, the lifestyle instructions in this book are mostly based on daily routines and are not ambiguous at all. You can practice it now, anytime and anywhere. The book says. But if a person only needs to think about what he wants for his son when getting married, then he can immediately get a standard of behavior, and this standard will apply to this behavior. It is also practical and appropriate. When a person treats friends, he only needs to think about everything he wants from his friends, and then he can immediately get the standard of this behavior, and this standard is also practical and appropriate for this behavior. 41 to 42 sides. Putting this into practice is being a human being. To be a human being is to do it according to the standards of a saint. 29 faces. A friend read the first 2 articles of this book from middle school students and once wrote a letter saying that there were too many abstract discussions. I'm afraid readers won't feel familiar with it, and they may not be able to find a place to start. Regarding the starting point, it has been discussed in the previous section. Although this book is mainly based on abstract discussions, it often cites the things you see in front of you as examples, 8 sides, which makes it cordial and indicates where to start. The book often quotes novels and jokes to add interest. This is the so-called can draw examples from nearby. But of course there cannot be too many examples. Not too many examples seem to be enough, and they are not the so-called rare examples. Abstract discussion only refers to one type of thing, and it is true that it will. It often makes people feel that it is too broad and misses the point. 40 to 41. But if you want to talk about one thing one by one, you will inevitably miss everything, and it will be too trivial and lengthy, which will make people unable to finish the book. The lessons of ancient sages and sages. There are also fragmentary mentions of one thing or another, although they are real. But things are not the same in the world, and in practice, you still have to consider it yourself. See the 4 aspects. This book only gives examples to highlight those discussions and inspire readers. It is appropriate to compromise between the two. Besides, it is also an abstract discussion. It can be dead lessons or a formula that seems to be inapplicable. See pages 7 to 8. Or it can be the author's, truly seen by himself, page 176. If it is the former, it will naturally be dry and tasteless, but if it is the latter, it can make people feel that there is something umami flavor. See pages 175 and 176. The discussion in this book seems to belong to the latter, although it is abstract and not faulty. Readers can taste it as long as they chew it carefully. As far as young people are concerned, this book should be read by high school sophomores and juniors as well as college students. But nowadays, most young people are accustomed to reading formulaic argumentative essays, and they can't help but have the temperament of swallowing them wholeheartedly. They should read this book patiently, then they will not only get a practical way of life, but also get practical reading training. Since the May 4th movement, attacking ethics became a general effort, and Confucianism was also affected. As expected, ethics gradually lost ground and individualism increased. But this kind of individualism seems to be quite different from the individualism of Western capitalist society. As a result, only willfulness and cynicism developed, but no serious attitude. This is obviously unsound. Although the power of the anti-Japanese war has overwhelmed individualism in recent years, today's middle-aged and young people, the influences of willfulness and cynicism are still somewhat latent. The era and country require seriousness, and these influences must be eradicated. Also, in the past 20 years, the standards of behavior have been very different. People who seek tricks may use new standards or old standards, but the actual standard is only selfishness. 1. Selfishness is also harmful to the times and the country. To build a country, we must first establish behavioral standards. Establishing behavioral standards is also the unification of behavioral standards, the standardization of lifestyles. This book should have its effect in this work. This book is based on the teachings of Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties, and integrates the teachings of the Taoists of the pre-Qin dynasty to create a new theory. The Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties were Neo-Confucians. The etiquette that has been generally attacked since the May 4th movement is also caused by the influence of these new Confucians. But that seems to be their vice. However, they have their indestructible features. Unfortunately, no one has elaborated on them, so the general society just ignores them and cannot take advantage of their benefits. The author of this book can see those irrefutable truths, analyze them clearly, and add extensions and supplements. Teach readers to suddenly become enlightened and know that the teachings of Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties do contain many friendly principles of life that can be put into practice today. This is almost a new discovery. Furthermore, Taoist teachings are generally considered to be negative and of no practical use to the world. However, the author of this book points out that Taoism has a profound assessment of interests and harms, which can be used as a guideline for our lives. Teaching people to broaden their horizons can also make up for the shortcomings of Confucianism. The authors of these two levels have already mentioned it in History of Chinese Philosophy. But this book plays more smoothly. This is also a useful finding. Some of the lifestyles discussed in this book are moral and some are non-moral, but they do not violate the laws of morality, pages 5 to 6. The first chapter is Respecting Reason. This is the backbone of the book. All the following articles are derived from the rationalist school. Now is the era of rationality, and the importance of rationality is most obvious. Respecting reason is the first priority and the basic attitude of being a human being. Exercise loyalty and forgiveness talks about how to treat others. Wei Wu-wei emphasizes Do nothing but do nothing, 63 aspects, is about how to deal with things. Tao Zhongyong means that behavior should be just or just right, 84th aspect. Shou Chongqian teaches people to value objectivity, high knowledge, broad horizons, 1-1-3. The theory of flirting teaches people to have feelings and not be burdened by them. 1-3-6. To neutralization talks about sound personality and the distinction between people and society. Encouraging diligence and thrift teaches people to continue to strive for self-improvement, part 166, and never use up all the surplus, part 166. Cun Qingjing means to have a sincere spirit and to always raise the spirit, part 177. Yingdi Wang says that people who are leaders should do nothing, 186 pages. These articles are quite connected, and the order of the author's thoughts can be seen from the brief descriptions of each article here. The theory of flirting talks about forgiveness without the element of I, 141. Let's put it into practice. The effect is easiest to see. The chapter, Wei Wu-wei, discusses interests and obligations, which we need to know urgently. The author's insights encourage us and comfort us at the same time. Here is a quote. What a person does in his life can probably be divided into two parts. Part of it is what he wants to write, and part of it is what he should write. What is in line with his interests is what he wishes to write. What is due to his obligation is what he should write. Taoism talks about doing nothing, which is based on what a person is willing to do. Confucianism teaches doing nothing. It talks about the basic things a person should do. Taoists believe that people only need to do what they want to do. This is actually impossible. Confucianism believes that people should only do what they should do, which is too serious psychologically. They must combine the principles taught by Taoism and the principles taught by Confucianism in this aspect, and then implement them. Then they can get a whole life of doing nothing, and a life of doing nothing in this aspect. Life. 7 or 9 sides. The specialty of this book is the analysis of meaning. This is one of the main reasons for the success of this book. Starting from the introduction, the meaning of some terms is analyzed almost at any time in the book. In this way, the argument is not broad and will not make people feel confused. Feel. The introduction explains the so-called new theory of newness, which is divided into 5 points, 4-1, which is an example. But the most important thing is to analyze the meaning of the two words, wu-wei and. Wu-wei has 6 meanings in total, and the author dissects them one by one, and it can be said that there is nothing left behind, parts 58 to 62. Middle. There are also many ambiguities. The author corrects common misunderstandings and deduces the original meaning of Confucius and Zhu Zi, which is also very precise and comprehensive, the doctrine of the mean. In addition, it is necessary to interpret loyalty as doing to others what you want to do to yourself, Sanbeiman, and develop it, Xingzhongshu, chapter. And explain the meaning of harmony layer by layer. To Zhanghe, all show great analysis skills. This kind of polysemous or ambiguous word has been used for too long and is too familiar. When I read it every time, it is always vague, broad, and misses the point. The author uses meaning A, and readers may think of meaning B. The same word is used in the same paper. Use a meaning in the front, then use B meaning later, and then return to a meaning in the next step. This will not be accurate and cannot be trusted. Therefore, we have to do some analysis and cannot make a rigorous argument. This requires reading more, seeing more things, and having understanding. There is logic and Chinese language training. All four are indispensable. There used to be a name for logical essays, and only a style like this book can be worthy of this term. The author of this book, Mr. Feng, also has two books, Business Edition, New Neo-Confucianism, and New Theory of Things, with the same style. But the former is more specialized in nature. Mr. Jean Yuen is good at analyzing stylistics. Most of his philosophical papers are precise, clear, and fascinating. Mr. Jin's vernacular writing seems to be relatively pure, while Mr. Feng's writing also contains many elements of classical Chinese, which means that each of them becomes a family. I feel that many young people today don't like to read argumentative essays and explanatory essays, nor do they like to write them, and they don't know how to write them. This is really useless. Even if they are just learning to write, high school sophomores and juniors and college students should read this book and New Issues carefully. They are used to reading papers about formulas. Analytical training is lacking. These two books are just the remedy. And whether they are learning vernacular or classical Chinese, these two books can help them, because these two books contain a lot of classical Chinese elements. Short and long books. Friends in the book industry talk about books that sell well. It is always said that the novels translated come first, and the novels created second. There seem to be few customers for short stories and essays. In addition, dramas also emphasize multi-act plays, and long poems are also advocated, although the sales of poetry are not good. We can all see the trend of reading in recent years. These are just literature books. Among the books published in the past 2 or 3 years, literature books have taken the first place, which has been discussed. See Ta Kung Pao. Among literature books, readers prefer novels, translations, and creative works, but this aspect seems to be rarely discussed. This article would like to briefly outline my opinion. Some people say this is because there is more money, while others say it is because there are few books. With more money and strong purchasing power, they can afford large books, but those who buy these books do not necessarily read them. They may just do it for decoration, just like the people in the past bought 24 histories to display on the bookshelf. There are few books, and the short stories can be read in one go, but they are not enough to satisfy you. They are not as good as long stories that can kill time. Both of these explanations have some truth, but they are obviously insufficient. Why are they only willing to spend time on long novels? Besides, most of the people who buy this kind of books are young people, and some are middle-aged. They are still studying or working, and generally have not settled down. There are probably not many who can have the interest of decorating or showing off in that 1.5 room. They buy such books probably to read them. As for the lack of books, it is true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you only love reading novels. Moreover, collections of short stories can also be very long and can pass the time. Why do so few people care about them? The main reason is probably that I like stories. The story is neither theoretically difficult nor troublesome. But it is interesting. The joys and sorrows in a long story are intricate and easy to arouse strong interest. This requirement for interest is actually a kind of entertainment psychology. As for the popularity of translated long stories, I'm afraid it's partly due to the influence of movies. Everyone knows how much influence movies have on young men and women. Nowadays, young people's footwork, singing, and even their tastes and thoughts are all more or less film-based. Since the anti-Japanese war, people watching movies have become even more crowded, which universalizes the interest of the story. The development of drama is also related to movies, which cannot be discussed in detail here. Our nation does not pay much attention to storytelling. The first time we learned from India, we learned from translated Buddhist scriptures, Mr. Wanidwa said. Now we learn from the West. Naturally, students cannot catch up with teachers for the time being. Therefore, the general readers like the translated novels more than the creators. Of course, today's translations focus on fluency rather than style, so that readers will not have to work hard. Nowadays, ordinary readers have gradually become accustomed to how Westerners construct sentences and wording from the dialogues in movies to achieve this point. Nowadays, in Chinese literature, novels are the most developed and the most advanced. They already hint at readers' interest in stories. But this tendency has not become apparent until the readership has expanded in recent years. The expansion of the readership refers to the addition of young and middle-aged civil servants and businessmen in addition to students. These people were exposed to modern Chinese literature through reading books in primary school or middle school. So there is this kind of hobby. The expansion of the readership inevitably temporarily lowers the standards of literature, reducing seriousness and increasing entertainment. When modern Chinese literature began, it was right to emphasize seriousness and criticize recreational attitudes. At that time, the focus was on short stories. Later, I focused on short prose, to some extent to train readers to appreciate the serious meaning and appreciate the economic technique. These are the basic conditions of literature. But it would be a bit difficult to separate appreciation and entertainment into two categories, forcing readers of literature to sit upright all the time. The popularity of long novels has caused ordinary readers to only appreciate the story or plot, ignoring the meaning and skills, and instead get entertainment. Entertainment is a recreational function, but this is not a cause for concern, as popularization and improvement depend on their true nature. After it becomes popular, it can be gradually improved. Both interest and knowledge can be improved. Moreover, now Chinese literature only occupies a relatively small corner. Only when it is popularized can it be closely connected with public life and have a solid foundation. It can be replaced by the old traditional literature and folk literature. Literature can be a matter of opinion, and a perfect work can be regarded as serious if it is serious and as entertainment if it is entertaining, without harming its original value. However, this original value can only be determined not only through serious research, but also through recreational research. This is the duty of book reviewers and critics, and the so-called book reviews and criticisms include introductions. We currently lack book reviews, some are just applause on the stage, just advertisements, and cannot be counted, and we lack perfect and fair criticism. The former follows the recovery of the war zone. With the improvement of publishing, it should be able to develop. The latter seems to require a longer period of learning and cultivation. Only with good book reviewers and critics can we improve the interest of readers and promote the balanced development of literature, at that time, no matter how short or long the book is. There should be an appreciative public. But at this stage, the tendency mentioned above is inevitable and healthy. The concept of rhetoric in rhetoric. Comment on Li Jinxi's Rhetoric Bixing chapter. Commercial press. This book was originally a handout. It was written in the 14th year of the Republic of China, automatic preface. And this handout is an expansion, 72 pages, of the article, The Compilation and Commentary of Literary Mind and Dialong Bixing. Therefore, the style is quite different from that of ordinary rhetoric books. Automatic preface says, under the broad outline, the details are too many. Example number. The number exceeds 300. Exegesis and training are revised, and there are many variations. This is the truth. The book is in 32 formats, with 110 pages. It only talks about comparisons, so it is naturally detailed and complex enough. The main part of the book is based on sentence patterns, and Mr. Li calls those the sentence structure is rhetoric, one side. This implies that the method of instruction is the same as that of ordinary rhetoric textbooks. However, what this book adopts is the so-called comprehensive and comprehensive teaching method, which is different from the neat and well-proportioned textbook. It does not seem to be a guide for beginners. This is a stylistic contradiction. Preface says, what rhetoric says can only provide some practical results in criticism, guidance, introspection, and presentation, and is of no great use. So, this kind of comprehensive and extensive lecture. Perhaps it can be more beneficial than the many laws and regulations, or the many superficial theories. This is Mr. Li's defense. But if this book is of any use, it seems to be only for criticism. The preface also says, it is delusional for a person to write good articles or speak beautiful words solely by practicing rhetoric. This is good. Rhetoric is the same as grammar, although it can help beginners somewhat. But its main task should be to study the function and organization of language and writing, which can be said to be critical. Only by understanding this level can grammar and rhetoric find a way out. Although the author of this book is still lingering at the end of the old road, he has unknowingly walked onto a new road. This is worth noting. The problems with this book are complex. Automatic preface says, Lu Xie's, Bixing, and Lu Ji's, Lianzhu, works have become special interpretations and should be distinguished. If they are embedded in them, they will inevitably become bloated. This is a misunderstanding of the system. But it really feels bloated. The most important thing is the late spring chat in the appendix, which was a waste of more than 5 pages. As far as the whole book is concerned, the works by Lu and Lu are not bad if included in it. The example sentences in the book, the ancient prose probably ended with Hanyu, which is the influence of Ma Shi Wentong. Works from Hanyu and later can also be cited, but very few, only 4 cases. The rhyme only ends with Pihuang script. The 4 cases after Hanyu were scattered, not painful or itchy, and can be replaced. There are 22 examples of vernacular writing in the book. The sources of these 6 are not mentioned, and they seem to have been made up at random. The rest are from The Story of the Stone, the scholars. The 5 in Lao Can's Travels are derived from the 4 in Lu Sun's The True Story of Ah Q and Su Jima's Man Shu Fair, and the 7 in the translation. The selection is too few and the scope is too narrow to represent vernacular literature. Moreover, the sentence patterns of the Europeanized vernacular and translations are even more obvious. There are many changes in the older prose and older rhymes, and they deserve independent study. The accompanying discussion is not enough to show its characteristics, and the attachment is so small that it is close to perfunctory appearance and is simply useless. It would be easier to delete all 22 cases and focus on the old style. This is a mixture of examples. As for using the so-called Jin and Tang dynasty translation style, automatic preface, as the outline and vernacular text as the explanation, it is again a mixture of styles. Fortunately, there are some things that are not complicated. The first is to exegesis metaphors from the Book of Songs and explore the significance of Bixing. The second is to select and interpret Lu Ji's Yan Lian Zhu. The third is to revise and interpret one Xian Bixing chapter. Although the system is complicated because of this, it shows that Mr. Li is focused and focused, which is different from theories that are superficial and superficial. In it, it is said that a continuous essay is more common than a regular one, although it was hinted by Yan's translation of Muller's famous studies. Yan translated syllogism as syllogism. Lianzhu, but it is not as good as other rhetorics, and it is still fresh. Lianzhu, but it is not as good as other rhetorics, and it is still fresh. The collation of Bixing Pian is completely recorded in Mr. Fan Wenlan's Wen Xian Diaolong lectures, and there is no other invention. On the Book of Songs, it seems this is what Mr. Li is most interested in. 40% of the book is a discussion of the Book of Songs. Sentence pattern 2 says, use things as comparisons, or things are similar, things are moral and things are similar. The previous text is sufficient, and it is not repeated in the metaphorical sentence, 14 sides. If you talk about poetry, you don't understand this example. In this poem, virtue has been mentioned before, and the metaphor will follow. It is a metaphor. Many parties are attached. The husband followed the meeting and widely talked about the meaning of by and the common problems of poetry. This has been going on for thousands of years. 16th to 17th chapter, he refutes the old sayings such as yong yong, like gui, like zhang. He also discusses the old saying, it is like cutting, like discussing, like polishing, and thinks that the truth is the more you talk, the better you get. The metaphor seems to be getting better and better, but it is further and further away from the poet's original intention, 38 pages. These words are very important. But the metaphorical meaning explained by Mr. Li is mostly based on human feelings and does not he said it himself. The things compared and the words used were commonly known in ancient times, but later they gradually became obscured, face 42. This shows that it is impossible without research. But as the book says, the analysis of salary is as follows. What? The axe cannot be overcome. How about getting a wife? Bandit matchmakers are not allowed. Cloud. This is not only dissimilar, but also opposite. When an axe analyzes salary, it splits, and when people say matchmaking, it closes. Only the words ku and da are better. And ask something like, how about fake? The axe cannot be overcome. How about getting a wife? Bandits and matchmakers are not allowed, which is said to be a far-fetched metaphor. June 69 Faces. However, poets often use salary as a metaphor for marriage. In addition to the two examples cited by Mr. Li, there are also the words qiao qiao rong salary in Han Guang, saves salary in Shou Miao, and analysis of qi qi zha in Che Ji. Salary, all of them. This must be related to ancient folk customs and remains to be verified, using far-fetched. It is unfair to erase 4 words in one stroke. However, this book puts forward the two principles of expounding the meaning broadly and explaining the meaning closely, and discussing it in detail with examples has already touched upon the issue of the communication function of language and characters. This is a new approach. The book discusses the meaning of the Book of Songs in detail. All the theories quoted are very important and very useful for reference. However, the 3 meanings of Xing, 74 aspects, are still similar to those of Zhu Xi, and they cannot end the old public cases, see the 84 aspects. Therefore, this book can only be used as an incomplete material book. However, there are still some shortcomings in this aspect. For example, Lu Zuqian quoted one line, 79 to 80 pages, of Bixingzhu theory without indicating the source. This is found in Records of Reading Poems in Lu's Family School, 2, which is easy to search. However, the quotation is abridged and has not been marked. There are 2 more from Zhu Xi. Article 2 does not indicate the source. This item is actually 3 items, and Mr. Li seems to have copied it from the first volume of The Book of Songs and Legends. The first and last 2 were originally found in Shichuan Yi Shua and Zhu Shi Yu Lei, but the middle one is ashamed and the original source is not known. Hui Zhodi also quoted Helen Wu family, Mr. Li, according to Wu family's original text, and so on. Wu Yongyou's supplement to the original meaning of poems has been lost. The so-called original text is actually based on 3 quotations from Jiwen of Jishue Jiwen. Without annotation, it will be confusing. From these points, it can be seen that although the book was finalized in the 14th year of the Republic of China, it was compiled hastily and without careful editing. This teaches readers regret. 1937. The characteristics of the Chinese language are there. Preface to Modern Chinese Grammar, by Wang Li, Commercial Press. Nowadays, the so-called grammar, or grammar, are the translations of the Spanish grammar. This is a foreign idea. In the past, our country only talked about words and word examples, and there were also so-called real words and virtual words. Words are virtual characters, also known as auxiliary characters. Word examples are the usage of virtual characters. The difference between false and true characters. The main thing is to teach people to identify empty characters. On the one hand, virtual characters are the structural components of sentences, and on the other hand, they are components that express emotion, tone, and relationships. As far as writing is concerned, if you can use virtual characters, your writing will be considered tong, and your writing will be smooth. Just recite it and understand the use cases of virtual characters. It will be easier to understand the meaning of the words. Although this kind of explanation only focuses on the written language, words, and although it only focuses on practical applications, it can also belong to the scope of grammar, but it is not systematic. The idea of systematic grammar is foreign. Chinese systematic grammar started from Ma Shi Tong. This book is undoubtedly an epoch-making work. The author Ma Jianzhong borrowed the framework of Latin to build our country's grammar. The examples he cited for analysis were the written language from Pre-Qin to Hanyu. After all, that frame is imported, and Chinese is so far away from Indo-European. Although Ma is cautious, he can't avoid the comparison. At the beginning of the contact between two cultures, this kind of comparison is probably inevitable. This is especially true in the humanities. It often takes a period of comparison before a new and correct system can be established. After Ma, the writers of Chinese grammar all adopted his system, sometimes taking British grammar as a reference. Although the details are slightly different, the examples may be based on texts since the Tang dynasty. But nothing fundamental has changed. Until the era of the New Literature movement, works on grammar or Chinese grammar generally followed Ma's lead. However, some scholars gradually realized that Ma's path was not feasible in some places. For example, Mr. Chen Qingzi pointed out in The Creation of Chinese Grammar that he cannot break away from the shackles of imitation, 8 pages, and Mr. Jin Zhaozi pointed out in Research on Chinese Grammar that he does not understand the difference between Chinese and Western writing habits. Preface, 1 side. Mr. Yang Yufu, Shuda. It is pointed out in the Ma Shi Tong Jian error that he forcibly used foreign languages to law Chinese. Automatic preface, both sides. As for Mr. Yang's discussion on the part of speech of ji and de under noun pronouns, he believes that the particle theory is particularly close to the truth, Appendix 1 of CI interpretation, and the use of suo. The word is a passive auxiliary verb. For the study of the word, see Volume 2 of Ma Shi General Journal. Mr. Li Shaoxi, Jinsi, discussed that syntax should be used as the basis for dividing parts of speech. Revised edition 7 of New Works on Chinese Grammar, and static words that are directly used as predicates belong to the same verb. Same as above, page 162, etc., and a trend of independent research has begun. Get rid of the shackles of imitation. You can naturally get rid of it, but you don't know the pain. This needs to be studied step by step. British grammar is derived from Latin grammar, and it has not completely broken away from it. The study of Chinese grammar has made great progress in the past 10 years. The first person we should mention is Mr. Wang Yi Li, the author of this book. He published 2 papers, a preliminary study on Chinese grammar and copulatives in Chinese grammar, in the Journal of Tsinghua University, and has been co-printed into a book by the commercial press. Based on the characteristics of the Chinese language he saw, he provided many new ideas and laid the foundation for new grammar. He also wrote lecture notes on modern Chinese grammar, based on his new views. In the 28th year, it was printed by the National Southwest Associated University for Students. This book is based on that handout, rearranged and supplemented. The lecture notes were written in Changsha in the autumn of the 26th year. It took 5 years for the whole book to be finalized. In the 27th year, the introduction and sample sheets of a Mandarin monophilic vocabulary edited by Mr. Liu Jiwei were combined into one volume and printed by Yenqing University. The preface proposes a new classification of parts of speech, and there are many innovations. It's almost like a new grammar system. Mr. Liu particularly focused on the so-called auxiliary nouns, formerly known as quantifiers, and this book is called Method of Numbering, thinking that this is a characteristic of Sino-Burman and has always only attached such words to nouns, but he added it is listed together with pronoun and numeral noun in the category of referential words. The function and nature of this kind of words became apparent. This year, the first volume of Mr. Liu Xuxiang's Synopsis of Chinese Grammar was published, Business. This book also established a new grammar system. However, this grammar is for reference by middle school Chinese teachers, focusing on the analysis and application of classical Chinese. Those parts that are only of historical or theoretical interest will be omitted. The author of this book, Modern Chinese Grammar, has a different position from Mr. Liu and Mr. Liu. The author, Mr. Wang, built a new house on the basis of his 2 papers, and a short article, New Approaches to Chinese Grammar, published in Contemporary Review 35 years ago. It is large in scale and comprehensive. The book also adopts Mr. Liu Jiwei's opinion and lists pronouns and pronouns as one chapter. The pronouns are the most complicated and confusing, but this book has sorted out a clue. Among them, the meaning and usage of the words and are analyzed in the most detailed way. These 2 words are always in our words and writings. I didn't expect that there are so many differences. It's amazing to read them. The so-called modern language in this book takes Dream of Red Mansions as the standard, supplemented by The Heroes of Sons and Daughters. The 2 novels are written in pure Peiping dialect. Although the former is more than 200 years old and the latter is 60 or 70 years old, modern Peking grammar is still similar to these 2 books, except that the vocabulary has changed drastically. These 2 books are written in a language that is also almost spoken. Starting from this kind of language, we can see more clearly. First, when the era is determined, there are no historical kudzu vines. Ma Shi Wentong uses Korean as an example, but it does not reduce this kind of kudzu. Because there were few changes in ancient prose after the Tang dynasty. The period from pre-Qin to Tang dynasty has undergone many changes. If Mandarin grammar continues to use examples, this kind of kudzu will inevitably occur, such as every and we. In recent years, Mr. Ding Xingshu and Mr. Liu Xuxiang have made many new contributions to the ancient usage cases of some words. Seen separately in the collected works of the Institute of History and Language, of Academia Sinica and the collected works of the Institute of Cultural Studies, of West China University, it is enough to break down some of the kudzu vines in the previous grammar books, but I am afraid there are still many that have not been broken down. Second, once the region is determined, there is no need to take into account differences in dialects. Peiping dialect has always been the official dialect and has the greatest influence. Now it is the legal standard dialect of our country. It is extremely appropriate to be used to represent modern Chinese languages. Third, once the material is determined, there is no need to take into account verbal changes. It turns out that written language and spoken language are not the same situation. The former is more regular, and the latter is more varied. Dialogue in novels and plays sometimes records such verbal changes, but only occasionally. When speaking, there is someone, there is me, and there is a situation. There are also accents, expressions, postures, etc. that can be used as reference, so naturally you might as well make more changes. To study this change, we should establish a separate subject of conversation. If grammar takes these into account, it would be too trivial. The material in this book is limited to 2 novels, so naturally it will not involve these. The scope has been determined. The role and meaning of language can be seen more intimately. Mr. Wang made a smart choice when he started building his new system in this language. For people of this era, modern grammar will also arouse more interest than ordinary grammar. This book also refers to the theories of foreign scholars, especially Jesse Posen and Braunfeld. Both of them are linguists and have original ideas about grammar. The former made greater contributions. His English Grammar and Philosophy of Grammar are both revolutionary masterpieces. This book adopts his idea of Ziqing. The idea of word parts is applied to Chinese, which emphasizes word order, and can help explain the functions of words, predicate form, sentence form, etc., and help determine the idea of part of speech. The book also adopts Braunfeld's. The theory of substitution method, originally found in the book Language, particularly adds weight to pronouns. Pronouns indeed play a very broad role in language. In the past, Chinese and foreign grammar books have never given them a proper status, and they should be adjusted. The alternative method of Chinese grammar is even more distinctive. It should be discussed in more detail. There is no relative pronoun in the book, which is a bold reform. The relative pronoun was originally a form of comparison, but the comparison was very clever, so it has been maintained for 50 or 60 years. This book will classify the word, which was previously regarded as a relative pronoun, into mark, in which the part above the characters is classified into predicate form or sentence form. This is the Chinese flavor. In the chapter, Grammar Components, in the book, there is a heading called Marks. In the past, it was considered that the word under relative pronouns, noun pronouns, and static words. There is also the word suo, left over from classical Chinese, which was also regarded as a relative pronoun in the past, and Mr. Yang Yufu designated it as a passive auxiliary verb. These are all in this category. It's a new meaning, a new name. We have become so accustomed to the Indo-European grammatical system that we cannot easily break away from its rut. When I first came into contact with this new idea, it seemed that I had no place to put it, and it felt like a clever name. Then, if you think about it carefully, the so-called relative pronouns, and, are actually specious. Even if the word is used as a passive auxiliary verb, it is difficult to understand all the usage cases. The word under the noun is like a preposition. The one below the pronoun looks like a leader nakoda, and the one below the static word looks like a coda, but neither of them. The new marks set up in this book to contain these at a glance are also a helpless method. At least it has a negative effect. If you think about it more carefully, this item is enough to express the characteristics of the Chinese language. Never stop at negative usefulness. The words de and su mentioned above have no real meaning at all. They are just forms. The function of these words is to serve as various structural components of the sentence. These words were originally so-called virtual words. Virtual words originally had only grammatical meaning. There is no real meaning at all. However, ordinary grammarians are confused by ideas such as relative pronouns, auxiliary verbs, prepositions, collar cases, and final words, and are not willing to regard these words as forms, at least not as independent forms. Then they are more or less attached. I would also like to explain the evolution of these words from the etymology. This will bury the characteristics of the Chinese language, and it is better to use the traditional way of speaking. There are no prepositions or conjunctions in this book, only connections. This is a grammatical component. In Indo-European there is a category of prepositions. The preposition of we must be in the accusative case, and words in the accusative case often have morphological changes. It can be said that Chinese has no morphological changes, so the situation is naturally different. The word zai in sitting at home, and the word wei in busy for him or busy for him, are just verbs, however, at home. The predicate forms of for him or for him are just the ultimate products that limit the defective products such as sitting and busy. A connective is not a conjunction, it is always only in the words of the person it is connected to. In the middle, such as de, dan, kong, and, or, so, and the word ji left over from classical Chinese. There are very few such words in Chinese. Because often the connection relationship can be seen simply by arranging two or more components together, and there is no need to specify them. As for the words ruo, although, and, because, they are not always at the beginning of sentences like Indo-European. In Chinese, its function is not to connect but to respond. This book is called Relational End Product, and it is an adverb. The first thing discussed in the chapter, Grammatical Components, of this book is the copula. This component is related to the basic structure of the sentence and the basic structure of the Chinese language. It is a major issue, and Mr. Wang once discussed it in a long article. According to the results of his careful research, copulas are unnecessary in Chinese. Then, there is no need for a verb in the sentence. This is the fundamental difference between Chinese and Indo-European languages. Some scholars such as Braunfeld have also seen this, but for his detailed analysis and thorough presentation, Mr. Wang has to be commended. After this study, it seems that there is no need for the static words used as predicates to belong to the same verbs. The copula problem is solved. This book can provide a new classification of sentences. In the past, grammar books generally divided sentences into four categories based on Indo-European: narrative, question, command, and exclamation. These four types of sentences in Indo-European are indeed independent. They may have different forms or word orders. But this is not the case in Chinese. The classification here is only a distinction of meaning, with only logical interest and no grammatical effect. This book is only divided into three types of sentences: narrative sentences, descriptive sentences, and judgmental sentences. A narrative sentence can be said to use a verb as a predicate. Descriptive sentences can be said to use static words as predicates. Judgmental sentences can be said to use the copula, is, as predicates. This item is concerned with modern languages. These three types of sentences have different grammatical functions, so they can be independent. The descriptive sentences show the characteristics of the Chinese language. These characteristics are worthy of recognition. The discussion of simple sentences and complex sentences in the book also focuses on characteristics. A simple sentence is a sentence that contains only one sentence form, and a compound sentence is a sentence that is composed of two or more clauses. Let's talk about compound sentences first. The relationship between the clauses in a compound sentence is of two types: parallel, or equal, and subject-subordinate. This book does not use the name master-slave, but classifies this type of sentences into the four categories of conditional, concessive, declarative, and press-off. This classification is based on meaning and is logically complete. Mr. Wang pointed out that in Chinese, although these compound sentences are sometimes formed with guan mopen, they are more often formed with yi ling. Therefore, he can only classify by meaning. As for the so-called inclusive sentences, such as, the family knows about Jia Zheng but does not manage the family, this book only considers them to be simple sentences. Because there is only one sentence form in the book. Jia Zheng does not know how to manage his family, but the family knows does not succeed in the form of a sentence. The sentence form Jia Zheng did not manage the family is only used as the first item here, and it has the same function as a noun. The simple sentences in the book are the most original. A simple sentence in Chinese may not have a verb, or may have more than one verb, such as sitting at home mentioned above is an example. This is also the fundamental difference from Indo-European. This is the application of predicate form. The meaning of predicate form is a great contribution. This gives us a brand new meaning of sentence. In the recognition of simple sentences, that is, the recognition of sentences and clauses, for example, Ziqing then went out to open the door. According to the old grammar books, it should be a parallel compound sentence, because there are two verbs and two predicates. But according to the meaning, go out and open the door are continuous actions, two predicate forms combined into a complete and independent language unit. This is actually a simple sentence. Let's take another more complicated example. Uncle Zhen from the East Prefecture came to invite me to watch a play and put on lanterns. From the perspective of meaning, it is even more obvious that it is a simple sentence. Come and please are continuous actions, as are past, watching a play, and putting off lanterns. 5 predicate forms constitute the predicate of a simple sentence. Ordinary grammarians can also explain this simple sentence by comparing the ideas of clitic verbs, i.e. indefinite verbs. However, Indo-European verbs often have special marks or forms. There is no such word in Chinese. There is no so-called verb in Chinese. Only predicate form can satisfactorily explain this simple sentence. This book calls this kind of sentence recurrent. It is one of the special sentence patterns in Chinese. In addition to the transitive type, this book also lists 5 special sentence patterns: the willing type, the making type, the disposal type, the passive type, and the condensing type, all of which are simple sentences. Grammar and grammar books in the past also considered these simple sentences. But Dobby explains it with the Indo-European grammatical system. For example, the so-called auxiliary verbs in Indo-European are used to explain the word neng in the willing sentence, I can't read the pulse, the word be in the passive sentence, we were bullied, and the passive verb to explain, can. Wish style, sentence. The word reason in na yu chuaner, although I don't want to deal with him. The word reason in the sentence, make it into a form, I'll ask you, great Confucian, to slap his mouth, use a preposition to explain, disposal style. The word bar in the sentence, I broke your arm. The word in the constriction sentence, the poor, have not even food to eat. Get, word. In fact, except for the last one, these examples should all be explained in predicate form. The word de in the condensation sentence is considered a connective in this book, and what is connected is also the predicate form. These 5 sentence patterns are actually changes in the transitive pattern with predicate form. Only in this sense can the structure of these sentences be clearly seen, and only then can the basic characteristics of the Chinese language be fully revealed. The book also uses new diagrams to represent these structures, which makes them clearer. The book also mentions that ancient articles did not have punctuation. When a certain meaning can be independent or not, the boundaries between sentences and clauses cannot be very definite. We often have to admit that several views are good. This is a cautious and practical attitude. The relationship is also very big. Since the New Literature movement and the New Culture movement, the Chinese language is changing at an accelerating pace. This change is generally called Europeanization, but it may be more accurate to call it modernization. Although this change is still more common in the written language, vernacular, and less common in the spoken language, as time goes by, the spoken language will naturally follow. Mr. Wang has devoted a special chapter to discussing Europeanized grammar in this book, which shows that he has a farsighted vision. But the standard for so-called Europeanized languages is difficult to choose. The New Literature movement has only been around for 26 years, which is still a short period of time after all. There are indeed many literary works, but few have become classics. Even though there are some that can become classics, there are no long-form works among them. It is naturally difficult for a grammarian to choose materials. It would be best if he could also be a literary critic, but this is a luxury. The examples of Europeanized languages given in this book may be broader in scope. The standards could perhaps be stricter, but this has no bearing on the precise analysis in this book. The subheadings of the chapter, Europeanized Grammar, can express the accuracy of the analysis, and they are copied here. 1. The production of polysyllabic words. 2. The addition of subjects and copulas. 3. Extension of sentences. 4. Europeanization of possible forms, passive forms and signs. 5. Europeanization of connecting elements. 6. New substitution method and new number method. 7. New omission method, new inversion method. Law, new grammar and others. After reading this subcategory, you can get an overview of European grammar. The Europeanization or modernization of the Chinese language has been going on for 26 years. It is time for someone to do some reckoning and point out where this path is working and where it is not. People who are good at teaching writing know the direction of their efforts. Let us work together to create a literary Chinese language. Mr. Wang is the first person to do this work, and the results of his research must have influenced the development of the Chinese language in no small way. This book starts from sentence construction, and parts of speech only occupy one section. This is very different from Indo-European grammar, which first talks about parts of speech and then goes into detail one by one. This is another fundamental difference between Chinese and Indo-European. The parts of speech, morphology, and function of Indo-European are inseparable, so they play an important role in grammar. It can be said that Chinese words have no morphological changes, and their functions often depend on word order. The distinction of parts of speech is of only logical interest, and the status given in this book is sufficient. This book focuses on grammatical functions, and parts of speech, verbs, etc. only play a role in sentences, so it starts with syntax. Those parts of speech that express grammatical functions such as auxiliary verbs, ba. The word be, etc., adverbs, mood words, modal particles, connectives, and pronouns are all ranked in a corresponding position and discussed in detail respectively. But to explain the function, sometimes it is necessary to borrow meaning. Of course, the meaning of a sentence cannot be independent of the structure of the words, that is, the grammatical function. But the function of grammar cannot be completely independent of meaning. Recently, Mr. Chen Wangdao wrote a short article on Research on Grammar, issue 59 of Reading Newsletter, in which he said in the postscript, domestic scholars are still wandering between the form-centered theory and the meaning-centered theory. Both theories cannot be justified. I despise the idea of using the function-centered theory to save its shortcomings. Function is function. Unfortunately, his short article only sketched some outlines and could not discuss it in detail. He seemed to focus on parts of speech, called parts of speech, in the article. Here I just want to cite the book's discussion of passive sentences as an example of the close relationship between function and meaning. The book says that what the passive sentence describes is unsatisfactory or undesirable for the subject of the sentence. This is indeed a fresh discovery. We understand that passive sentences are rarely used in Chinese. Although this book focuses on grammatical functions, it also pays attention to the psychology of various use cases. This is beneficial to the explanation of language meaning. The purpose of this book is to commend the characteristics of the Chinese language. Its main interest is linguistic. As discussed above, this purpose is achieved in this book. People of our time are most attuned to modern language, which is spoken and written. For many ages past, what was spoken was a language. Refers to the so-called official language. Regardless of dialect, what is written is another language. They value the latter and despise the former. We do not despise classical Chinese, but vernacular is used more and more every day to express expressions. In real life, the status of vernacular has indeed exceeded that of classical Chinese. This book describes modern languages and gives us extensive, accurate, and fresh knowledge. It not only increases our interest in linguistics, but also increases our interest in life. It is really a useful book. But this book also has a purpose, and each section of the book has a definition. Arranged by number, there are also exercises, error correction, and comparative grammar, which are intended to facilitate people's learning of vernacular and Mandarin. The intention is very good, but as far as the whole book is concerned, these are irrelevant. March 1943, Kunming. Chinese Literature and Dictionary. When Zhou Zuoren came to East China last year, he mentioned that modern Chinese vernacular literature was in a transitional period, with crude and blunt language and a lack of refinement. Therefore, literature that requires exquisite language, such as poetry and drama, currently has very few excellent works, and only novels have been developed. In response to Zhou's statement, Sakataro Kawara believed that the current situation in Japan's literary world was also the same. Because the language was obscene and lacked adjustment, and lacked artistic taste, excellent works of poetry and drama were unavailable. It turns out that words create poets, not poets. On pure poetry. Although there is still room for investigation as to whether words create poets or poets create words, we all agree that words are of great importance to poetry and drama. What Zhou and Huiyuan said are all limitations of the domestic era. But at the same time, they also talked about the essential differences between their own languages. I think the obscenity of modern Chinese language is caused by the erosion of foreign languages in different forms, and it is a state of transitional chaos. Beautiful flowers. Middle. Flowers are beautiful. Day. Die, bloom, is. Skan. German. La, fleur, est, belle. Law. The flower is pretty. Britain. In European languages, the noun used as the subject of this proposition has the restriction of an article, the adjective used as the object. There are also gender restrictions in French, and the subject and object terms are all connected by copulas. The judgment including this kind of subject and object terms is obviously analytical and objective. In Chinese, there are no articles and no gender restrictions on adjectives. Just say. This is not so much a judgment as it is something like the expressive phrase, which is something that comes before judgment. Japanese is somewhere in between. Old Chinese literature adopted this form of expression, so it can be expressed in short sentences of one or two crosses. The author's worldview with infinite ethereal aftertaste is projected out, forming a school of charm. Another example is Zhuangzi, who is like Bergson, who opposes the theoretical grasp of reality, but also advocates the sympathy of intuitive knowledge. Such as the death of chaos in the Emperor Ing chapter and the flat wheel in the Tao of Heaven chapter, his symbolism also greatly relies on the help of this characteristic of the Chinese language. As far as poetry is concerned, literature of this nature had reached completion by Li Du and others in the Tang dynasty. In the medieval Tang dynasty, social institutions were deeply romantic, and the poems of Li Du and others were the reflection of this kind of social institutions. As for modern China, on the one hand, the production institutions of the old family economy still remain, but on the other hand, it is moving towards the forefront of the capitalist economy. The social state is so messy, and the mental aspect is also extremely chaotic during the transition. No matter how clever the Chinese are in writing, it is natural that they use old idioms to express the new nouns and concepts they continue to import. On the one hand, use lead, telephone, and motorcycle. While waiting for the European transliteration, Japanese words such as depression, banning, prototype, stand, etc. are used as they are, but it doesn't seem to be too stiff. Whose shirt is sensitive to this new term? Correct the Japanese translation of Renaissance to Rebirth Era, and correct the Japanese translation of Scholar Philosophy to Scholastic Philosophy, Volume 1 of Outline of the History of Chinese Philosophy. This situation is not limited to the scope of single language. As far as the article itself is concerned, the input of new ideas will of course lead to changes in the style of writing. Along with the transplantation of new culture came the scientificization of the old worldview, the result of the vernacular movement of the literary revolution. Changing the expression of old representations to adapt them to this scientificization, this is the tone of the vernacular movement, albeit unconsciously, I think. In today's vernacular, hua mei is changed to flowers are beautiful, and the adjective beautiful is connected with the main word hua with the word yes. The word was originally a pronoun, but in today's vernacular it has been transformed into the same word as sein, German, Ephra, French, be, English, etc., and it is used as a linking word. This sentence is obviously more analytical and judgmental than when saying. From a literary point of view. Compared with the old representational form, this kind of expression lacks subtlety, smells bad, and gives people a sense of obscenity, which is natural. But regardless of these, for the reasons mentioned above, I always think that the trend of the vernacular movement is good. I always think. China will never be able to produce artistic poetry and drama just because it uses such obscene language and writes such unliterary articles. Most people often regard transitional things as novel and obscene. This is not only the case with language, but also in Japan and now in China. Isn't there an era when cars are alienated from people's lives and become the target of complaints and popular literature? Just like how high heels have become a problem for Chinese women now, in Japan. The matter of women cutting off their hair and wearing dresses is so inappropriate to the social environment that they are criticized. But as time goes by, the way of life has been adjusted to the new way of life and new concepts. What I thought was novel in the past is no longer novel, and what I thought was obscene is no longer as obscene as it was. This situation is also the same in China. Instead of just allowing such natural elimination, we can also try to popularize education and unify the language, and use phonetic symbols such as phonetic symbols to make up for the shortcomings of having sounds but no characters. Then literature that is in touch with the thoughts and feelings of the new era without losing the characteristics of China will definitely be produced. The chaos of the transition period is also troublesome in Japan. 14 or 5 years ago, he said, because I sat with him once or twice at a public banquet, and we suddenly struck up a conversation. It became familiar from then on. Things that can be understood by saying this, if we say instead, I got to know him by chance once or twice at the public table because of the distance. Such a form of expression can be regarded as a symbol of the so-called new character. There may be things that are based on intention. But what we foreigners hope for in the Chinese literary world is to publish works with a strong Chinese flavor. We admire Lu Xun's works not because of the essence of his views on modern culture, but because his works are filled with things that cannot be written by non-Chinese people. Chinese people's life consciousness and worldview. Excellent works may always have a national flavor. Having said that, we have no hope of using the old expressions as they are. We know. The line connecting 2 points is the shortest distance between the 2 points, not, Itosen, divided into 2 points, the shortest distance, 2 hours, and other expressions are unreasonable, and they will never require the Chinese literary world to do the same stupid thing. My fellow countrymen and I are saddened by the current state of the Chinese language, but I am convinced that after this transitional period, which is like the pain of childbirth, the future will be bright. Japan's Takeuchi and others established the Chinese Literature Research Association and published the Chinese Literature Monthly. Mainly introduces new critical literature. It's now on the 9th issue. This article appears in number 8. Although it is brief and unprepared, the issues raised are very interesting and important. The author is a non-member. He was formerly in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and now serves in the East Asia School. There is a book, The Current Situation and Trends of China's China Studies. Not seen. January 1936, Translator's Note. The Europeanization of Japanese. Summary of Article Reader by Junichiro Tanizaki. 1. The author of this book is a famous novelist, and his comments are fair and slightly conservative. The chapter, The Essay Style, states that Japanese articles can be divided into two schools, fluent and succinct. The former is the Genji Monogatari school, which is the Japanese style. The latter is the non-Genji Monogatari school, which is the Chinese style. 163 sides. The author says that the former one can best utilize the strengths of Japanese writing. In the past, when people praised articles, they used to use adjectives such as fluent and liquid, and the first condition was that they read softly. Today's people have a different taste and like precise and vivid expressions, so this method of expression has become popular. He hoped to revive Lioli tune a little, 162 pages. Although the so-called precise and distinctive expression is close to the Chinese tone, it is also influenced by Western writing. The author opposes the influence of Western literature and is a nationalist. 2. Opposition to Westernization can be found everywhere in the book. He said that the current spoken language is not written according to the actual spoken language. The current articles seem to be translations of Western languages, becoming a hybrid of Japanese and Western languages. Although actual spoken language has gradually taken on a Western odor, but it still retains a lot of the original Japanese characteristics, 251 to 252 noodles. It is also said that modern people like to waste language excessively, which is also a Western habit. Novelists, critics, journalists, and other people whose profession is literature also have this tendency in their writing. Westerners like to use superlative adjectives, such as all, must, etc. Japanese people imitate them and use them when unnecessary. The author said, the profound virtues that our ancestors boasted of are gradually disappearing. 72 faces. 3. He gave an example. Point out that there are 3 differences between modern literature and classical literature. First, the omission of honorifics. Second, the sentence reading is obvious. And third, there is a subject. 1, 5, 6. In classical texts such as The Tale of Genji, the main points are not read clearly, resulting in a hazy state, and its softness lies in this, 152 sides. The author's own articles also follow this school. His punctuation method does not follow the grammatical sentences but makes the sentence segmentation unclear and the sentences are long-lasting, as if written with a light ink letter pen, 2 sides. And in Japanese sentences, the nominative case is unnecessary, hakamashi. He said that a Russian wanted to translate his play called, If It Was True Love, and found the title difficult to translate. Who loves it? Is it I? Is it her? Are they ordinary people in the world? In other words, who is the subject of this sentence? He said that according to the play, the subject can be said to be I. But it stands to reason that limiting the lover to I would have a narrower meaning. Although it is I, it is also she, an ordinary person in the world, or anyone else. This way the spirit is broad and gives people a sense of abstraction. So it's better not to add a subject to this sentence, he said, and try to be as vague as possible. Containing the general and the specific is a specialty of Japanese writing. When it comes to specific things, it can be as broad and deep as aphorisms and proverbs. If possible, it would be better to translate it into Russian without using the subject, pages 274 to 275. He also cited Li Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts and said that this poem can have a long life and can appeal to the hearts of anyone in any era. There are many reasons, but there is no subject and the verb does not indicate time. These two things are closely related. 276 to 278 sides. 4. The author does not pay attention to grammar. He said, "What is grammatically correct is not necessarily a famous essay. Don't be restricted by teaching grammar, Chiba Mian." Moreover, the so-called Japanese grammar, except for the conjugation of verbs and auxiliaries, the use of kana, and the use of kana, mostly imitates Western. Learning it is actually useless, and if you don't learn it, it will become natural, 8-sided. Even if there are rules for timing of verbs, Japanese is not without them, but no one applies them correctly, 19 faces. He said that now Japanese middle schools all have grammar subjects. Because although students have no particular difficulty speaking their own language, writing articles is just like foreigners, and they must have rules to follow. Nowadays, although young children in primary schools are educated using scientific methods, in the past private schools used unscientific teaching methods, such as unreasonable secret reciting and reading. They are dissatisfied, their minds are accustomed to deduction and induction, and they cannot remember it without this method of teaching. My husband also thinks that it is standardized and orderly, so the Japanese grammar taught in schools is really for the convenience of both teachers and students. Try to pretend that non-scientific Japanese structures are scientific and Western style. Many must-do rules are imposed, such as sentences without subjects are errors, pages 83 to 84. But after all he said, he could only admit that among beginners, it may be easier to memorize Japanese text according to Western structure. But this is only a temporary convenience method. When it reaches a certain level, this clumsy method can no longer be used, and the cumbersome language used for compliance with grammar must be minimized. Reducing it to the simple form of Japanese writing is the secret of writing famous essays, 9 sides. But restoration may not be easy. The author quite agrees with the private school method of reading aloud, quoting the proverb, "Read 100 times and you will understand the meaning," pages 39 to 40, but oral texts are not suitable for reading aloud. C.C. Mian, the private school reading method finally didn't work. 5. The presence or absence of the subject is related to the honorific language. By using honorific verb auxiliaries, the subject can be omitted without confusion, resulting in long and complex sentences, 267 to 268. Therefore, the verb auxiliary verb of honorific language not only has the function of expressing etiquette, but also is a powerful tool to remedy the shortcomings of Japanese language composition, pages 269 to 270. The author says that today's class system has been abolished, and cumbersome honorifics are no longer useful. However, there is no reason why honorifics should be completely abolished, because honorifics have a deep foundation in Japanese national character and the function of Japanese language. Nowadays, people have applied similar verb-auxiliary verbs in the old scripts to daily spoken language, which is a proof. 268 to 270 pages. Honorifics are not limited to verb auxiliaries, but can also be found in other attributes, such as honorifics. For example, if you add the word you to yen, you can omit you and your. The omission has the same effect, face 270. However, although honorifics are used in modern spoken English, they are rarely used in articles. What is the reason for this? Because literati believe that articles do not speak to each other, but to the public. They do not want to involve personal feelings in the narrative. Besides, leaving it for future generations to see, even when it comes to matters concerning respected people, one should adopt a calm attitude of a scientific scholar. The author means that some books may wish to include some feelings of love and admiration, such as children and nephews remembering their relatives, students remembering their husbands, wives remembering their husbands, servants and maids remembering their masters, etc. He is the author of this book. I also use some degree of honorific for you gentlemen. 271. In the chapter Essay Style, the author divides Japanese spoken style into lecture style, military style, oral style. There are 4 categories: 182 lecture style and conversational style. Lecture style is farthest from actual spoken language and is different from article style. Similar, 183 faces. This style is used in speeches and books, and most of the spoken language that is now popular among Japanese people is this style. The lecture style can be said to be modern literature, 185 to 186. However, the lecture format is not suitable for using honorifics, 272. The author's intention may not be easily realized. 6. The author talks about the following 4 strengths of conversational style. 1. Freedom of expression. Nouns and adverbs can be used at the end of sentences, unlike other styles that have rigid sentence patterns. 2. There is a change in sound at the end of the sentence, which indicates the sound of the tone. 3. You can actually feel the author's tone and imagine his subtle mood and expression. 4. The gender of the author can be identified. The author advocates that this style can be used in essays and reflections, not to mention novels, 193 to 194. But recently, young people have transferred their own casual pronunciation into words, such as for, and novelists have also popularized this wrong usage in narrative texts. The author thinks it is lamentable, 261. In fact, the change of sound is also a natural trend, and 1 or 2 people cannot stop it. 7. The thesis in this book is very implicit. It can be said that it only talks about implicitness from beginning to end, 274. In the chapter on character, there is a section on names in classics. The author begins by saying, "We regard it as humble to speak directly about living reality. We must have a thin layer of paper between words and the things expressed to feel noble. We are this kind of nation." He cites the interjections in The Tale of Ise, which always start with the sentence, "There was a man in the past." The names, identities, addresses, and ages of these men will never be recorded. Moreover, when women's names are recorded in such books, they usually only have the character written in them. Names such as Tong Subo and Yugao found in The Tale of Genji are not the women's real names, but are called by the names of rooms or flowers. The author said, in terms of monogatari, it would be rude to use the women's real names. For men, their real names are often avoided, and they are indirectly indicated by the names of their official positions, titles, and residences. In this way, describing emotions and scenes can be as if separated by a piece of thin paper. He said that truth is precious. But if you write it too clearly, it will make people feel like you are exposing your shin in front of others. Pages 249 to 250. 8. He also explained the lack of Japanese vocabulary in an implicit way. In Japanese, the word or is used to describe the rotation of a top or a water wheel, or the rotation of the earth around the sun. The former means rotating on one's own axis, while the latter means rotating around something else. In Japanese, there is no distinction between them. There are many words equivalent to or in Chinese, such as turn, spin, around, ring, tour, zhou, luck, hui, sun, etc. All have slightly different meanings. This, he said, was one of the shortcomings of the Japanese language. In the past, the Japanese used Chinese to supplement their vocabulary, and now they use European and American languages. This is quite right. But he also said that as the vocabulary becomes richer, it would be inappropriate to rely too much on the power of words, to be too talkative, and to forget the effect of silence. He said that the lack of Japanese vocabulary does not necessarily mean that Japanese culture is inferior to Western or Chinese culture. He rather thinks that this is evidence that Japanese people are not easy to speak. Since ancient times, both China and the West have had great men known for their eloquence, but there is no such great man in Japanese history. He said that Japan's custom is to look down on people who can argue. He said that because Japanese people are upright, value practical work, don't like sweet words, and are not stubborn in nature, they don't want to talk about one thing. He said that the Japanese were very capable, but he only felt that they were only 7 or 8. It only makes people appreciate it. This is the Eastern virtue of humility, which is the opposite of Westerners. He also said that it is not necessary to discuss the merits and demerits for the time being, but it can be seen that the development of Japanese language is not suitable for talking too much, and it is not accidental. 54 to 58 faces. The author discusses this meaning, occupying 3.5 aspects. That's really eloquent. 9. However, the Japanese habit of relying on language creates difficulties when it comes to recording science, philosophy, law, and other knowledge imported from the West. These knowledge must be precise in nature, and they must be written clearly in every aspect. But Japanese articles cannot be so thoughtful. The author said that he often reads German philosophy books translated from Japanese, and often fails to understand many issues when he goes a little deeper. This is of course also the profoundness of the philosophy itself, but the incomplete Japanese language structure is the main reason. Since ancient times, there have been some Japanese writings on learning and technology, but they all value the indescribable state of affairs and are concerned that the writing is too revealing. In the era of apprenticeship education, students were taught directly by their masters orally, and on the one hand, They were influenced by their master's personality and understood naturally, without relying entirely on books. From this point of view, it is natural that Japanese articles are not suitable for scientific writing. Nowadays, Japanese scientists mainly solve this inconvenience by using primitive language. They teach books, use a lot of primitives in Japanese, and publish papers, both in Japanese. At the same time, it was published in foreign languages, with foreign literary styles as the standard. Although their Japanese can be understood by those with specialized knowledge in foreign language literacy, it is simply at a loss for ordinary people. Although the genre is Japanese, it is actually something from foreign culture. This kind of foreign culture is more difficult to understand than foreign languages. In fact, translation is necessary for people who do not have the literacy of foreign languages. Japanese translations are incomprehensible to those without any knowledge of foreign languages. What's the use? 72 to 75 sides. 10. But how to remedy this shortcoming of Japanese language? This is not only a problem with the article, but also due to the way of thinking, habits developed over a long period of time, traditional temperament, etc. As far as the matter is concerned, it is not suitable for learning to be expressed in the national language of the country. It cannot really be regarded as something of our own country. The author said, sooner or later we have to create a cultural pattern suitable for our own national character and history. He said that in the future we cannot just imitate Westerners. They had to combine what they learned with the traditional spirit of the East to open up a new path. Pages 75 to 76. The author believes that the opportunity has arrived for them to stand at the forefront of culture and exert their originality. 7 or 6 sides. But it's easier said than done. 11. Judging from the above, the problems of the Japanese language in creation are quite similar to the problems of the Chinese language in creation. It's no wonder that although the structure of Japanese is not the same as Mandarin, the culture and expression styles are similar. The Japanese language is greatly influenced by Chinese. Moreover, Japan's reform has made rapid progress in other aspects, but this does not seem to be the case in terms of language. At most, there is only 50 steps or 100 steps between us and them. Therefore, Tanizaki's discussion is sufficient for our reference. But his opinion is too conservative after all. In this era, talking about tempo and speed, when people are so busy that they forget about leisure, 144, it may not be realistic. The original book was published in 1934, the 9th year of Showa. This article was written in January 1938. The Face of the Japanese Language. Here are synopses of the 4 papers. The original texts can be found in the 16th volume of Japanese Literature Lectures, compiled by Yamamoto-sensei and others, National Language Grammar Chapter, published in the 24th year of the Republic of China. Showa 10, published. 1. Characteristics of the Japanese Language, by Koichi Hashina, pages 1 to 3 and 4. This article is divided into 10 sections. First, the origin of language from onomatopoeia. Second, Japanese is an articulated language. Third, the development of auxiliary verbs and particles. And fourth, word order. The 5th chapter discusses Japanese multiverse language and overlapping couplets, etc. The 6th chapter discusses honorifics. The 7th chapter discusses the development of ellipsis. The 8th chapter discusses the relationship between spoken and written language, the 9th chapter discusses the development of dialects, and the 10th chapter discusses the linking function of phonetic sounds. The important basis in the article seems to be Aston's A. Comparative Study of the Japanese and Korean Languages 1879. With Chamberlain's Comparative Study on Japanese and Ezo Languages, Section 4, it can be seen that the Japanese have no research results to speak of on their own languages. The characteristics of the Japanese language discussed in this article may help us criticize the Japanese language. It may help us study our own language. Here are some excerpts. Let's talk about word order first. In Japanese sentences, the subject comes first. Direct sentences end with a verb or adjective, and the object of the verb comes before the verb. Interrogative sentences have interrogative particles, often after the verb or adjective. Aston said that it is a question whether this word order is beneficial for expressing theoretical thoughts. How to say it? Because the most important element when judging something is placed at the end of the sentence, the judgment cannot be determined early and can be changed at the end. Such as saying, at this point in the sentence, I approve of the private tax increase case, I will send you to SEMA. It is uncertain whether to approve or not. At the end, adding, or, will determine the speaker's meaning. And as usual, the interrogative particle is placed last of the sentence. If there is any doubt about the sentence quoted above, you have to say, Tax increase bill 2, yes to the, 2. Are you in favor of the tax increase bill? Are you against it? These most important elements that express the meaning of affirmation, denial, question, or prohibition are all at the end of the sentence, which is somewhat unclear. At the same time, it seems that his will is floating and he is still unsure in the end. I'm afraid it won't work in the order of subject, predicate, and predicate like in Chinese. The Japanese are very poor at making speeches during dinner, and always use but, then, just, etc. to insert into the middle of sentences. These words serve no purpose except to fill in the blanks. This is probably not something that Europeans and Americans would have. The Japanese's inability to hold opinions is precisely the result of Japanese word order, 10 to one side. The interrogative particle mentioned here is at the end of the sentence, which is the same as in Chinese. Secondly, let's talk about personification. Aston said that the imaginations of Japanese and Koreans are very underdeveloped and their language lacks personification. The differences between knowing things and ignorant things, gods and all things, spirits and objects, individuals and everyone, and oneself and others are all lacking in clarity. Neither language has grammatical gender, that is, personal pronouns and adjectives are gender neutral. Verbs are also not person-specific. Aryan borrowed personal pronouns to express this verb distinction. Although Japanese and Korean have male and female pronouns, they do not indicate the person of the verb. Therefore, the connection between subject and verb in both languages is extremely weak. And because the verb lacks person, the true passive mood is underdeveloped. There is simply no passive voice in Korean. In Japanese, it is not very developed, and the passive can be used to express possibility and honorific. This usage is very rare in Aryan. The underdevelopment of the concept of person can also be seen from personal pronouns. People pronouns are often words that do not indicate the person. For example, if someone calls himself someone, June, or Dana, sir, are used for symmetry, and he calls himself, the other side. This is an example. Counting these words, there are still very few places where pronouns are used in the article, pure Japanese. Among the three faces, there are only 6 human pronouns. If translated into English, it would have to be 100. Pronouns are not used much in Korean. Therefore, the concept of mileage in both languages is much less developed than in Aryan. For example, there is no even number dual in the two languages. Number and verb adjectives do not have a plural form, and the position of the noun has nothing to do with the number. They are all visible. This is also one of the reasons why the subject and verb are not closely related. There is no difference between the singular and plural forms of nouns in the two languages. Only in pronouns there are some, 1, 3, or 4. Chamberlain said, Japanese honorifics are extremely rich. Honorifics can be used to replace pronouns for people, and they can also be used to replace verbs that express people. 14 pages. This is also a major reason why the concept of person is underdeveloped. There are many pronouns for Japan, some of which are native to the country, and some of which are passed down from Chinese, but they are often omitted and not used. Koichi Hashina said, Japan is an island country separated from the mainland and is not afraid of foreign aggression. Life on the island is extremely peaceful and pleasant, and the concept of ownership is not very developed, so probably the pronouns are rough because of this. Sides 23 to 24. The second discussion is about omission. Only the subject is omitted, which is different from Aryan. Because there are honorifics to express personal relationships. Omit pronouns and avoid misunderstandings. As usual in Heian Dynasty Kana literature, the subject is stated at the beginning, which will be omitted below. In Genji's Rainy Night, the subject is mostly omitted. This is due to the relationship between the content of the fact and the honorific, and understanding the personality represented by the subject. There is no difficulty. Omitting it would make the article simpler and its rhetorical value greater. Pages 25 to 26. Secondly, let's talk about spoken language in classical Chinese. Scholars in the Tokugawa period believed that classical Chinese collapsed and became spoken language. For example, the verbs in the upper and lower sections of classical Chinese collapsed. It becomes the previous paragraph and the next paragraph in spoken language. The author said that there is no natural collapse of the classical Chinese style. On the contrary, if spoken language changes, the classical Chinese language will be affected. In this case, the verbs in the upper and lower paragraphs of ancient spoken language have become the current upper and lower paragraphs. Next verb. This change occurs after spoken language, and classical Chinese also uses the previous paragraph and the next paragraph. The same is true for sound. It first occurred in daily conversation, and when it became popular in general spoken language, it naturally affected classical Chinese. For example, kisaki kisai, okini oini, imajiku imijiu, sukikaki suegai. The loss of the K sound is a phenomenon that occurs in spoken language. When this phenomenon became popular in general spoken language, it naturally affected classical Chinese. Classical Chinese also gradually carried out this change. Part 30. Next, discuss syllables. Although Japan has monosyllable characters, there are only a few of them, and most of them have 2 or more syllables. Japanese monolingual structure is different from Chinese Slavic, which has more consonants than vowels, but is similar to Italian, which has more vowels. Although the syllable structure is simple, the speech and singing are smooth and not rushed. The author actually said, "The temperament of the Japanese nation using such language is naturally calm and clear." Side 16, also, double phrases and couplets are also features of Japanese, side 16 to 18, which are the same as Chinese. Air Kobayashi Yashihai, on Japanese articles, 109 to 12, 6 sides. As the author himself says, this article is an unfinished product. The reason is that he insists on using Western theory and grammatical categories to describe the structure of Japanese sentences, and he does not believe that it is appropriate, so it is inevitable to make a superficial impression. But there are several things worth noting in the article. The first judgmental sentence and the non-judgmental sentence. For example, snow is white, is a logical judgment, is the subject of the judgment, and is the narrative. When expressing judgment, the particle is always used. This is called the relationship between opposite poles. Like strong country or paper and ink, pen, ink, paper. Such conjunctions of subordination or apposition are called same-pole relationships, one side. However, sentences such as, "the child gives food to the chicken" and "the child gives food to the chicken" do not count as an opposite relationship, because this is only a perception function, not a judgment function. There is only intuition here. Although intuition can also be the object of judgment, the sentence must be changed into the form of theoretical judgment, such as, currently, the situation is, the current situation is, and so on. Then the object of judgment will be clear. In this example, etc. are the verbs. The subject and object of, are supplementary components subordinate to the verb. The concept explained by the verb is only the attribute concept of the thing of its subject, purpose, standard. Therefore, in this kind of sentence, the subject is subordinate predicative, then. The whole sentence is in the same pole relationship, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3. Second word order. There are 4 components in a sentence: subject, predicate, object, and modifier. What determines their relationship is word order and particles. Such as John struck James and James. In the sentences struck and John, the difference between subject and object depends on word order. But in Japanese, sentences like Taro Harajiro hit and Taro Harajiro hit rely on particles to show this difference. Or isolating languages like Chinese. To express the relationship between components in a sentence, word order is particularly important. It can be said that there is no grammar at all without studying word order. Therefore, Chinese is called a serial language. The 2 sentences, "the enemy soldiers were defeated greatly," and "the enemy soldiers were defeated greatly," only rely on word order to distinguish the subject and object. In Japanese, enemy soldiers and enemy soldiers use and to show the subject-object relationship. In Japanese, particles express the relationship between the components in the sentence, and their importance is derived from this. Visible, 116 to 117. The third monolingual composition. Monolingual conjunctions form conjunctions, and monolingual conjunctions form sentences. It seems that there are single words first, then conjunctions, and finally sentences. In fact, this is not the case. In terms of occurrence, there are sentences first, then conjunctions, and finally monolinguals. This can be imagined from the language of young children. The language of young children is not a connection of single languages but a connection of sounds, such as. Such sounds are combined as sentences to show the overall representation. In this way, the combination of sounds expressed as sentences, when several are put together, become a new unity. And the original sentence became part of him. Now that it has become part of a new sentence, it has to be shortened and transformed. Why? Because a sentence is not just a combination of sounds, but a unity of sound groups. He is the unity of form corresponding to the fact of the unified fusion of the contents of consciousness, and he is this union of sounds. Then, when a sentence becomes part of another sentence, it becomes a conjunction. And this new sentence is combined with other sentences to form a conjunction. It is even more necessary to shorten the deformation once shrunk and changed in this way. The result is monolingual. These monolingual connections and conjunctions, along with the development of language and the result of habitual usage, have become finalized and, rarely, will immediately reappear in consciousness. 119 to 120. Fourth and context. He when my uses conjunctions, a chain of extended and continuous construction methods, short sentences and concise syntax. It is Chinese when my. Nowadays, people are influenced by Owen and use short sentences more often, but they cannot completely avoid using chain sentences. This can be said to be a characteristic of Japanese article composition, 1, 2, 5 sides. However, Saikiro Katsumoto denied this characteristic in his article, The Foundation of Japanese Literature, published in Tokyo Nichichi Shimbun. I thought that works like Junichiro Tanizaki's Haru Kodo Sagaraki were just influenced by the Rocoso taste that was popular in Europe. 1, 2, 6 sides. Fifth grammar. The author believes that, in order to study Japanese grammar, we must first look at how Japanese thoughts are expressed in sentences. This requires an inductive study of the facts first. It is necessary to extensively search various language materials from ancient times to the present, and examine the composition of sentences from a historical perspective. Based on such inductive historical research, Japanese grammar can be established. In this sense, books like Standard Japanese Grammar by Daizaburo Matsushita are of noteworthy value. Page 126. 3. Yoshizawa Yoshinori's Research on Hiragana, page 185 to 195. The script used to write on the manuscript is called Hiragana. It has been said since ancient times that it was written by Kukai, but there is no definite evidence. This legend first appeared in Giden, written by Oi Mabobo. In August of the second year of Tennin, Hinata was talking about Kuchidai and asked about the hand of hiragana. When did this begin? And who did it? The answer is, Master Hongfa. So much. Considering the shape and character of ancient hiragana, this theory is not credible. Araikuan's theory of natural development was described by Yuzu, and the author agrees with it, 185 to 186. The name hiragana began in the Edo period, and was called Nyamanji or Nyoji in ancient times. In Tosa Diary, there are only names with masculine characters, referring to kanji characters. Presumably there should also be names with masculine characters referring to hiragana characters. Refer to the following use cases in Atsubo Monogatari. This meaning is very credible. The author objects to Kukai's theory and thinks of it from the name Nyomeiji or Nyoshu. I thought hiragana was written by women, 186 pages. The era of a Manyoshu has passed, and the era of Kokinshu has come. This period is the dark age of Japanese literature. The poetry and prose flourished, overwhelming the poetry. The literature and art of this era were clearly divided into male and female. Men's literature is expressed in Chinese and must be written in Chinese characters. Women's literature is expressed in Japanese and written in kana, 186 pages. This distinction originated from the male and female education laws at that time. Men's education is headed by sinology. The last commandments of Kyujiden says, "When you grow up and know the situation of things." In the morning, they learn to read books, then learn handwriting, and then they are allowed to play games. In women's education, the upper class only learn to play the piano and Japanese songs, while the middle class learn dyeing, weaving, tailoring, and other necessary knowledge and skills for housewives. It is known from Pillow, The Tale of Genji, Broomstick Scroll, and Pending on a Rainy Night. Women and Chinese characters have no connection. Moreover, there was a superstition at that time that women who read books with real characters, Chinese characters, would be restrained. See Murasaki Shikibu Diary, 187 pages. At this time, even if the woman has knowledge of sinology, she cannot show it. They only concentrate on waka and ponder on the Japanese in kana. For women at that time, waka was not so much interesting literature as it was indispensable literature in daily life. Writing Japanese songs requires the use of pseudonyms. The so-called distinction between men and women is not only true in literature and art, but also in all writings. Diaries and letters are like this. As women became accustomed to this type of writing, they gradually developed hiragana. Needless to say, this was not a conscious plan. They often use pseudonyms, and sometimes they let their talents flow and write freely. For the sake of simplicity, they save pen at will. But because I didn't know sinology and was not restricted by Chinese characters, I was able to be bold and free. Although it is bold and free, it is in the hands of a woman who has been thoroughly educated in taste. Often guided by fun, she becomes a beautiful, female hand. 189. People in the dynasty period were divided into 5 types of pseudonyms. See Atsubo Monogatari. 1. Male hand was originally used to refer to Chinese characters, but later it was used to refer to the combination of kana called manyokana. This is written word by word, which is different from a continuous book. 2. Neither male nor female body, that is, kusanakana, commonly known as grass, borrowing the name from the Chinese cursive script. Grass is also the general name for kana, for Chinese characters. The famous Aki Oji Tai is this kind of character. 3. Female hand, female hand. It can also be used as a general term for the kana of Chinese characters. 4. Katakana, katakana. 5. Weishou, a kind of cursive script, is not mentioned in the text and is unknown. Nyoshu is the most sloppy of kana. The gestures and writing style of the words are not very clear. They must be continuous writings of Japanese songs and the like. This is because nyoshu. This is due to the nature of it. 191 to 192. 4. Kasuga Politics Research on Katakana, 197 to 206 pages. Regarding the issue of katakana authors, the preface of Japanese Katakana Characters Fanchi Ijia, written by Master Mingwei, Fujiwara Nagachi, from the Southern and Northern Dynasties, states. It is said that in the ancient times, there were no Chinese characters, and the kings, ministers, and common people, old and young, passed it on orally, original note, omitted. In all national characters, there are real characters and false characters, original note, omitted. As for the year of Tianping Shengbao, the right Prime Minister Ji Beizhen Beigong used the 45 characters commonly used in our country. Save radicals and draw false characters. And said. Therefore, 5 characters are arranged vertically and crosses are arranged horizontally, and 5 characters with the same pronunciation are added to form the 5 crosses, original note, omitted. According to popular legend, Minister Yunjibei's Japanese character, Fanxia, has its formula. So, even the 50-syllable diagram was made by Jibei Jinbei. But it is obvious that katakana is not created by one hand. And the syllabary kana is used more and more. The real kana is used in ancient writing, but the kana is not often used later. It is a combination of katakana letters and will not be created at the same time as katakana. People who believe that katakana was created by one person at the same time are likely to believe that the two were created at the same time, and because the pronunciation of the pronunciation is not something that a knowledgeable person like Jinbei can do. So Mabe became the one who created katakana, 197 to 198. There is also by Mo, who supplements Orai Shiraishi's Tunguen Tonkao. According to E. Lu Bo's initial consonant biography, it is said that the 50-tone method was transmitted to Jinbei by King Huaxian of Tang Dynasty. In recent times, this kind of popular tradition has gradually become untenable. In recent times, this kind of popular tradition has gradually become untenable. Chichong's Wazi Zangbanko says that there is no evidence, saying that both katakana and hiragana were written by Kobo Daisher. Shi Wenxiong's Wazi Dekancho is doubtful about the variant kana. He said that Kibi Gong was a culmination of the katana characters written by his predecessors, so there are still a few variant kana characters left in the book. Ban Shinyo has the most profound and extensive research on kana, and wrote the Kana Benmo. He also doubts the variant kana, but still sticks to the old theory. He thought that those alien bodies were remade after the old bodies were used up. None of the above people could use a historical perspective to compare and observe such precious information as allegorical pseudonyms, 198 to 199. By the Meiji era. Yoshino Kugimihara, the author of Literature and Art Compilation, said in ZG of the same book. Katakana was originally abbreviated and the radicals were removed for ease of use. As for the omissions that exist in ancient writings, there is no fixed method at first, and the more ancient they become, the more likely they are to be omitted. It is something that does not come from a single hand to form its body. It is not clear when it started. This also doubts the existence of alien bodies, but denies the theory of true preparation. The investigation of the time has gradually begun to sprout, which is a step further than Fumio's recognition of the existence of alien bodies, page 200. In the second year of Xianghe's reign, a disciple of Yuan Kai Ping's took Yuan Kai's Moe Zi Shua and asked Harumi Murata to correct it. Chun Haiyin wrote distinguishing errors in word theory. One of the false characters in the book refutes Yuan Kai's statement that the provincial prose is useless for the whole book. So the book says, the Kataka characters are all omitted characters without full characters, but Chichong treats the characters such as Qian, Zi, and well as full characters. Although there are many omitted characters, there are also full characters sandwiched between them. This kind of full character should probably be called Katakashi character, that's for sure. Katakana character was originally designed for reading and teaching. It has fewer strokes and is easier to write than. Of course, full characters with less writing can also be used. Although the whole character is rare, it is impossible to establish the provincial text as a rule. Katakaki characters were originally created as a sideline for reading. The following words are very pertinent. No one has ever said this before. It is really insightful. Yamazaki Minari's Review of Literature and Education also said, as far as the dots, phonetic notation and reading, of ancient books and the remaining ancient katakana in the dot circles are concerned, in the past, people wrote the dots next to the dots, and used the real calligraphy to make many dots and omissions. This is the origin of katakana. Part 20. Assuming that katakana occurs in training point, think about this kind of training kana and examining the age. The origin of katakana is clearly developed, so it is the career of Dr. Oya Toru who is engaged in research. He is the author of A Study of the Origin of Kana, A Study of the Ancient Sounds of the Zhou Dynasty, A Study of Sound Pictures, Examination of Hand-Learned Lyrics and Songs, Examination of Rhymes and Mirrors, etc. Regarding the study of katakana, historical materials on the evolution of kana legacy and kana fonts, published in the 42nd year of Meiji, is his masterpiece. This book begins with a very clear concept of the evolution of katakana fonts from the early Heian period to the early modern era, and indicates the standard of katakana fonts in each era. However, the earliest data on the training point, that is, the data on the origin of katakana, are not available in any book. However, the doctor continued to diligently collect ancient information, and later published 2 or 3 kinds of historical materials as a sequel. These were collected from the Gosa Sutra of the Shosoin Temple in Nara. There are already good materials in them that can provide a glimpse into the origin of katakana. The doctor originally planned to write a book, a study on the evolution of kana fonts, but unfortunately it did not become a book. But his investigation on the development of katakana, it can be said that it is almost completed, side 203. It can be found in the Zhejian edition of Zhengkangyuan's Holy Words collection, which is used in the second year of Shinhu Jingyun. The ancient points of Mo Za Ji Luan and so on are the main materials. Among them, the Jingyun Yuan Sutra seems to be the oldest type of Shidian. The common feature of these ancient series is that the font of kana is often based on true kana, Chinese characters, and there are very few abbreviated kana. Compared with the later kana fonts, it can be seen that this situation belongs to the very early stage of katakana development. This fact means that the kana for training point starts from the entry of the real kana. Regarding the method of recording kana, the characteristic is that the fonts are large. Some, such as the Sutra of Holding the Bodhisattva, only embed the particle in the text in large characters, and embed the particle into this article. There are also many people who record the pronunciation of content words outside the column. I have avoided writing pseudonyms in this article because the Chinese characters are so small that it is difficult to write. It is difficult to write Chinese characters between the lines without tainting this article. Then, if more kana is recorded between lines, the font size will have to be smaller. As a result, there has been an increase in the number of provincial pseudonyms, such as in the Ramaka Sutra, pages 204 to 205. Adjust your tone of voice and your persona. This article appears in the American Reader's Digest in June 1944. It is an abridged version. The author, Hughes Mearns, is a well-known educator and psychologist. I know an excellent writer, but when he goes to a restaurant, the waiters never treat him well. This experience always baffled the writer. His words were polite enough, but his tone, just asking a guest for dinner, was so grand and embarrassing. To the waiter, the words sounded like, "Look who I am, and who you are. Be a small person, a useless guy." He was confident that he would have to pay attention to his words. But he was completely unaware of the words between the lines and the tone of speech. 20 years of studying various issues in human relationships have made me understand that people cannot get along smoothly with each other. One major reason is that the tone of voice often conveys the opposite meaning of the words we say, a fact that everyone seems to be unaware of. In fact, it's often not the words that make people angry, but the tone of voice. We often protest to people, "I didn't mean it." We feel sad because others misunderstand us. The most common misuse of tone is when you are saying something polite about something you are bored or unhappy about in your heart. For example, a casual and perfunctory sentence, "So and so, the guests you invited yesterday were very good." Or say one after another in one breath, "Charlie, it was so kind of you to let us come over to meet your interesting guest yesterday. We were delighted every minute, weren't we?" There is something behind these serious words. Don't think that yesterday's treat was boring. It's not like that. Misuse of tone causes personnel friction. There are other examples. For example, people who have recovered from health still have a sick tone, or even always have a sick tone. For example, a middle-aged person still has a girlish tone. For example, a patient tone. Children sound worse than scolding in public. There is also a tone of voice that does not forget things, such as discussing household chores at dinner. Go home in the evening to talk about official business, etc. To improve these, we must fully understand the reality of accent. Try translating the words we hear, as expressed in that tone, into the truth behind the words. This, "How are you?" is, "You're so nice." That, "How are you?" is, "Damn." Are you planning to go for a long time? Will become, "I hope you never come back. We must meet more." Will be translated as, "If you can help it, don't meet again." Once you know this common pun, you have to carefully practice using the tone you want to use. It's not as easy as posing or dressing up. True love lies deep. It takes some effort to explain things in simple terms and express the best of ourselves in ordinary words. But what if we feel good about maintaining good relationships with those we love? It's important, and it's worth doing. In customary social events, to show sincerity, you only need to lower your tone and be careful to speak slowly. There is no need to express polite words without emotion. Fortunately, when we talk to each other, most of the time we can use straightforward words. Plain tone. This kind of tone does not contain deep meaning or allusion. For example, when asking an unknown person for directions, which way leads to the nearest bus stop? This is a flat tone that does not offend anyone. Another example is asking at home, "Where is the cone?" The answer can be, "I don't know." But there is no need to explain the reason, no need to express boredom, no need to worry about what the cone is used for. This sentence is a calm and unconcerned statement describing the facts. Use this leveling carefully. It can best reduce all kinds of tension in our daily affairs and our tone of voice. Our tone of voice can sometimes be irritating, leaving our friends confused. Mindful use of flat tones will reduce our own tension. Others speak to you emotionally. Whether you shout loudly or beg in a low voice, as long as you can answer in a flat tone, you will have a magical effect on this person. The second step is to practice customer adjustment. In many homes, the tone of voice used to address guests or even strangers. It is often more friendly than what is commonly used by family members. Suppose that the couple and their children are meeting each other for the first time. The mother will treat her child as a new kid in the neighborhood. She will not use the harsh tone of admonishment that she is used to, and every word in her words will be filled with friendship. This method is so effective, you can see that the child is obedient with a happy face and no longer angry or awkward. It was many years later that the husband heard the friendly tone of voice that was interesting to him, the laughter in those words. That reliable tone made him forget all worries about the past and future and live only in the happy present. Those who get along best with workers, servants, and children do not speak in a semi-high tone that expresses a sense of superiority. Let's take Hervey White as an example of self-encouragement. This is the moneyless, casky philanthropist. For 30 years, he gave creative opportunities to several artists, writers, and musicians in his mountainous area of Ustok, New York. I asked Hervey White what was the secret of his great success with those who dug ditches for him, built roads for him, and built his theater in the woods. He said, "Anyone who works for me is personally serving me. So I am always grateful to him. Beyond that, I see him as an expert who can do a job I've never learned to do very well." In this way, the emotion that tempered his tone was really a tribute to those who worked with him. This kind of respect. Low-key means acknowledging that others know more about a thing than you do. It is beneficial for us to use this kind of low-key in our daily interactions with others. Millions of years ago, before people invented words, they were already a person who speaks in a tone of voice. You can also express your ideas through your tone of voice. I have heard the white men speak to the red Indians in our words, and they answered in their own words, and the conversation was friendly. Although they didn't understand each other, they expressed and understood each other's good intentions. The social worker told me, "All it takes is a smile, a gesture, a few words, and a full expression of welcome and help to immigrants to eliminate their doubts and fears and arouse their trust and friendship, even though they cannot understand a word of what you say. Use your accent consciously. It will enrich all relationships between people. Pay attention to your tone of voice. It is the ancient heritage of man. Become acquainted with the accent, which screams our secrets to the world. Rearrange your conversation to give yourself a new tone. Warn yourself of the great truth that every time you fail to truly express your true feelings, you lose something valuable. Back to the grandeur. The age of heroes requires heroic performance. This article appeared in the American Tuyao Literary Review on December 2, 1944, written by columnist Ms. Dorothy Thompson. I read Russell Davenport. Davenport's My Country. I had an observation that reminded me of many words. This observation is this: 5 years ago Davenport would not have written this poem. 5 years ago critics would have torn it into pieces, saying it was exaggerated. It is mainly about persuading people to teach and too angry. This observation can be seen in conjunction with the fact is that this all-encompassing poem sold 2,000 copies a week, and students, workers, and businessmen rushed to read it. Tears filled his eyes, and his heart was filled with gratitude, just like mine. The translator has an article introducing My Country, which can be found in the March 34 issue of Times and Trends of Literature and Art. Mr. Yang Inhan also has a complete translation, published by China and foreign publishing houses. There are other things worth observing. When the Autumn Salon was opened after the liberation of Paris, the young Parisian artists objected to Picasso's paintings, shouting, "Explain! Explain!" What did they want the great artist to explain? In my opinion, after the difficulties in France, he should naturally continue to paint as before. His Guernica. The painting was a transformation. This modern genius attempted to depict on canvas a hideous representation of the face of life. However, after the French nation experienced various severe fears and its internal and external life was fundamentally shaken, Picasso still relied on his strength before the war, and it was naturally not enough for the same mysterious wisdom that existed before the occupation to return to them. If I could cite another example outside the scope of art, I would cite myself. During this presidential campaign I gave a speech that was said to be astonishing. More than 500,000 copies of the speech were sent out, and there are still more to come. I could not and would not have made this speech 5 years ago. What moves people, and seems to move people deeply, is not the first part of the speech. That part is just a statement of facts, like a lawyer's abbreviation. I just hope those are reasonable, true words. But the latter part expresses a profound and serious emotion for a tired and overburdened person, and for the more or less tired and overburdened people. I was daring, looking back. It was really bold. Although I didn't think so at the time, using what has always been called pulpit-style expression, this method of expression has been abolished on the podium and in front of the broadcaster for almost 30 years. Suppose we turn our attention to the Soviet Union. We can see something similar going on. During the siege of Leningrad, Shostakovich wrote his 7th Symphony. This symphony has since become one of the most powerful expressions of the art of war, not only for the Russians, but for everyone in the United Nations. But from this symphony that can express our times, we can see that the tradition, the emotion, and the Great Procession are back. The early leaders of the Communist Party once attempted to apply the pure knowledge group in new environments. However, in the current various attacks, battles, death, destruction, frightening, shocking, and searing experiences, it has been proved that the pure knowledge group is simply useless. Not enough. Russia has resurrected ordinary heroes. Many of them were cursed by Marx, and many of them were cursed in the textbooks used by all Russian youth for 30 years. I remember that in the diary of a Russian student, the student expressed that he wanted to spit on those old czars. I remember that he read about those old czars from a story, but when the diary was published, that kind of story had disappeared. But now, what worries American radicals is Peter the Great and Ivan IV, Emperor Gassarin. They all became national heroes again. They worry that the resurrection of these people from the past will cause a reactionary situation, and there is some truth in this thinking. From the resurrection of these heroes, we can see that people are longing for greatness. In the longing for a sense of timeless continuity and historical destiny, without which present suffering would be unbearable. The examples I have given here are some symbols of fundamental changes. Many people on the left would say that this is a sign of regression, but it is strange that the attitude of the people themselves is exactly the opposite. They are striving for people's democracy, and want the people to participate extensively in all aspects of our society, economy, and life. At the same time, artistic expression is required. This kind of expression has never been understood by the masses and cannot be understood. In fact, art has never been separated from people's lives as it has been in the past 30 years. Poets write poems for other poets, and painters paint for other painters and art dealers. The only popular art is the sporadically selected tunes in big music, and comedies and movies. It is strange that the most mysterious art calls itself revolutionary. This kind of art is by no means revolutionary. It is mostly feminine, introverted, and at most rebellious. And rebellion and revolution are not the same thing. Gertrude Stein could never write a revolutionary poem because nothing she wrote could inspire anyone except the mystical. All revolutionary art should not be art for the sake of art, but only the art of life. The art that the radicals call radical is actually a barren land, and the essence of art has been exhausted. This art is clever, skillful, appeals to the intellect, can be decorated, is small, is an ivory tower. It despises the great processions, it shuns masculinity, it fears and hates every great subject, the dancing stars, the changing world, the vast wars, life, death, birth. It refuses to say, yes is yes, no is no. Resistance against intellectuals and the intelligentsia, artists included. It is an astonishing event of our time and an important aspect of fascism. Intellectuals and artists have pointed their fingers and shouted. But they all reflected on themselves. The masses hate them because they cut off people's faith at their root. Life is hard and painful. Death is harder and more painful. The world is a hell, where some aimless, heartless, and soulless robots destroy families, shrines, mothers' photos, and living children's bodies in explosions. A young man, life sings in his blood like wine. But her eyes had to be careful to keep an eye on this offensive, so it became just a silhouette, a flame, nothing more. Millions of Rachels cried for their dead son, and sorrow pressed the stone under the weight of millions. In millions of hearts, it is not the artist, the poet, the prophet. Who is to explain our experience to ourselves? Should he tell a mother that her son is a well-proportioned compound of chemicals? Should we say that religion is an anesthetic for the people? Should we say that 3 green apples contain the universe? In the salon. Conversations at literary tea parties, special instruction books in the art academy, explaining the psychological analysis of mysterious works in a superior tone, psychologists, statistics of people's various reactions, saying that this is people, and various analgesics medicine, the true people's narcotic. Commercial films, stimulating radio programs, soothing dance music, all this buries the soul deeper than a shell crater. All this tells man that the meaning of his suffering is meaningless. All great art speaks to the soul. Everyone tells people how great it is. All great art is purifying and comforting. These are the eyes of those who cannot see, and the tongue of those who cannot speak. A universally recognized saying about artists throughout the ages is, "That is what I see but cannot see. That's what I felt but couldn't express." Whitman, exaggerated, overdone, on poetry, the role of poets in America, said, "Poems squeezed out of other poems will pass. The desire to be alive, the desire to be great, can only be based on a dynamic, great act. The soul of the most self-respecting nation can meet the souls of its poets halfway. The proof of a poet's identity is that his country dearly swallows him, and he dearly swallows his country." He also said, "The person who wants to be the greatest poet." Direct testing is today. If he could not let his present age permeate him like the tide of the ocean, if he could not draw his whole king, body and soul, to himself, could not hold its neck with incomparable love. If he cannot let his time deform him, then teach him and go with everyone and wait for his development. And also, what satisfies the soul is truth. The greatest poet is careful, and finally he can answer the soul's desire and satisfy him. The soul has never been deceived once, and it will never be deceived. Also, the greatest poets create what will be from what has been and what is. He draws the dead out of their coffins and makes them stand up again. He says to the past, "Arise and walk before me. Let me get to know you." He learned this lesson. He places himself in a position where the past becomes the present. This essay should be reread in its entirety, the introduction to the 1857 edition of Leaves of Grass, in order to understand the nature of truly revolutionary art. This art is a revolution in life, not in itself. This art does not retreat from life or people, but strengthens itself through them. It does not come down from above to give them what it wants for them. It does not lower its status for them, but only speaks to them in the noblest language it can control, as if to say, "There is greatness in my heart, and I want to see that greatness in front of you, because I am among you, respect you. In all times." Unless the masses are extremely corrupted by sugar-coated analgesics, the big parade will always attract the masses. The art of a nation is found on the walls and stones of churches during the heyday of the Middle Ages. This art promotes the glory of God and human beings who depend on God, and is thanked and respect, love and fear. It describes the people as being able to sublimate certain qualities to the heights, to the top. These are beyond experience, they can achieve these. The Great Procession always inspires people's enthusiasm. In Britain's Darkest Hour. Many of Churchill's speeches recaptured that sonorous procession, the rhythm of the King James Version of the Bible. The scent of England's greatest age was back. The heroic age requires heroic performance. People everywhere are eager to know what they live on, and no matter how unconscious they are always eagerly looking forward to the emergence of their longing for the future. When President Roosevelt gave a speech in Boston, his speech was full of sharp and witty phrases. A large crowd gathered in the open air, laughing and admiring it at any time. But in the last paragraph, he changed his tune and spoke with clear enthusiasm about America's past and future. He said, "Peace, like war, requires a spirit of comradeship and a spirit of career. A non-selfish spirit requires an invincible will to win. For many generations in this country, we have fought against wilderness, against mountains and rivers, against floods and droughts, against oppression and intolerance, and against poverty and disease. I say that for the sake of the United States and civilization, we must continue to fight this war on a large scale. To ensure that this war to resist tyranny and reaction is not in vain. All kinds of difficulties and disappointments may hinder the wheel of progress. We must fight past. I say we have to make a peace that attracts the tallest people, the most capable people, the most thoughtful people. That's my idea of what total victory means. That concept is based on a faith. Confidence in the unconquerable spirit of America's infinite destiny. One person who was present told me that these words were evidence of total faith and a picture of a war for civilization carried out in peace. The people at that time were fascinated by it. Standing silently, looking up at the president, paying attention with joy, the last burst of applause was like a roar. Why? Because the president told them what they needed to hear. 30 years of cynicism, 4 years of the most horrific war. The president's words were just what they needed after their lives had been blown to a spiritual vacuum. They needed something to fill it. This time the president did not use fireside speeches or reports, but spoke with great grandeur. To that living company of men and women, they are within each other's reach, they are groping for each other unconsciously, they are groping for him, for comfort and support. In this era, we have fought with so much sweat, so much blood, and so many tears. This era will either turn into astonishing and beautiful greatness, or it will turn into astonishing and gloomy disillusionment. This era will produce some poets and artists who will embrace his neck with incomparable love, otherwise it will produce another generation of hapless people, dejected. A cynical person. The challenges of the times to capable people, geniuses, and those who can recreate the situation have never been so serious. Its size and area in this era, with all its worries, require artists to express it. These artists must be able to embrace the various aspects of the times with full and well-trained emotions. Cowardly people will surely pass away. It is not intelligence that will guarantee poets and welcome poets in the future, refinement, dodge, elegance, all that has become depressing. No one remembers. This nation can only reach that halfway point by going to a place that is as good as itself, a place that is similar to itself. America will usher in an era of rebirth in all forms of art. Otherwise it will prove that her artists and intellectuals are worthless. Then tell them to be careful. For if poets and artists prove worthless, they prove they do not understand the condition of the soul of this nation. They destroyed themselves due to an unconscious sense of betrayal, and their destruction was a threat to the nation. It itself would also be destroyed. Soul Engineer. The October 9, 1944 issue of Time magazine in the United States contained a telegram by Moscow correspondent Hussey describing the writing and publishing situation in the Soviet Union that year. It is now translated here. Russian writing is still at war, although on the eve of victory. Russia should still write every word as a weapon. Every sentence should help defeat Hitler and help build a communist Russia so that wars like this one will never happen again. Gorky said that writers are engineers of the human soul, which is a famous saying. This was very true when fighting in Russia. Never before has a Russian writer had such a large readership, such a rapid influence, and such a great responsibility. Bristol once said that modern Russian works are the conscience of the world, which may be too much. But these works are undoubtedly Russia's conscience. If Americans want to evaluate the value of these works, it is not enough to use ordinary literary criticism standards. What matters is the war. As one writer said, no literary criticism is better than no victory. The only proper test is to see whether the writers have accomplished their purpose. According to the chairman of the Writers' Association, their first purpose is to narrate the truth of the war, and the second is to explore the hearts and souls of the Soviet people. State-run printing industry. There were numerous printing plants in the Soviet Union. The most important was the portfolio of state-owned printing plants. This group has 7 factories in Moscow and Leningrad, and 1 factory in each of the 16 republics. This combination was a vast and self-sustaining industry, printing novels, poetry collections, translations, pamphlets, leaflets and books on politics, music, art, science, and agriculture. This combination controls the ink printing and color printing businesses. The model printing house in Moscow employed 2,000 workers, and the printing houses in Leningrad produced annually the equivalent of 240 million pages before the war. There are 14 such large printing houses in this group. There are also more than 3,000 bookstores, bookstalls, and rare book shops located throughout Russia. This group was a force for writers because no book could be published without the signature of the manager of a state-run printing plant. Readers' demand for reading materials is indeed very great, and state-run printing plants may not be able to meet this demand in the future. The government has been carrying out a campaign to eliminate illiteracy, with great results. Ordinary people have a huge appetite for literature. It's unimaginable in the United States. It is extremely difficult to buy books on the open market, so 3/4 of all first and reprint books are sent directly to libraries for public reading. A large number of military and political leaders, writers, doctors, scientists, and engineers receive previews of new books on a monthly basis. These people had the power to mark the books they wanted, and they could buy books for 1,000 rubles a month. The leftovers were picked and bought on the open market, and they were sold out within a few hours. A novel costs an average of 10 rubles, which is equivalent to $2 according to the official price. Since the demand is so great, almost every book printed becomes a bestseller. Therefore, each state-owned printing house can decide how many copies of each edition of the book to print, almost at will. The basis of the decision is not how many copies can be sold, but how important and useful the book is. Stalin criticized writers for having to go through self-criticism and criticism from outsiders before putting their books into print. This was a good test of his genius. He first had to discuss his work with the editor of a state-owned printing press, who either approved or disapproved. The second is to read all or part of the work to friends, and they will often criticize it unceremoniously. He often publishes a few chapters in magazines, which can also be criticized. You can also stand up and read a few paragraphs during a writers' association meeting and listen to other people's discussions. The manuscript was then sent to the Central Cultural and Printing Administration Office under the Party Central Committee. This organ actually guides all cultural and ideological writing. Stalin said, "The printed word is the sharpest and most powerful weapon of the Communist Party." The books are reviewed and sent back to the printing house, where they are signed by the editor before being printed. This program sometimes requires an additional item. Stalin was very interested in literature. The writer might get his call after midnight and he congratulates the writer on the book. Sometimes brilliant advice. There was a female writer, Anna Antonovsky, who wrote a novel called The Great Moravia, about Stalin's birthplace of Georgia. The manuscript was shelved by the printing company. Later Stalin called give it to her. After telling her that it was well written and adding some information about Georgia, it was printed. Did Russian writers tell the truth during the war? The other night I heard Konstantin Simonov publicly express the attitude of Soviet writers towards the truth. Simonov was 29 years old and had a great reputation. He was a poet, novelist, creator, film script writer, journalist, and pamphleteer. He said, "The popular opinion is that people who write novels or books about the war during the war can never be fully objective. This opinion is also true. Not right either. Undoubtedly, during this war, when writers wanted to write about the Germans, they would always treat them as enemies who burned down our homes and killed our relatives. In a larger and more permanent sense, this approach may sometimes be unobjective. But this lack of objectivity does not conflict with the truth. Didn't the Germans burn our cities? Didn't they kill our women and children? Didn't our men hang our men and shoot our men? In this wartime, the writer wants to write these things, only these things, isn't it right? The same holds true when writing about the Soviet army and the Russian people. During this wartime, patriotic writers always see the people's perseverance, bravery, and lack of fear of death, and it is very natural for them to be moved by it. Needless to say, people also have other emotions in their hearts, such as homesickness and fear in the face of danger. There are also physical fatigue and depressed thoughts. Patriotic writers are reluctant to pay attention to these. Days of hate. When assessing the value of current Russian literature, one important thing to remember is that every Russian writer participated in a war in the true sense of the word. Russian writers have been in and out of the war, and the commentators of our Writers' War Conference, the soldiers of our War Information Service, and even most of our war correspondents, of course including the Moscow correspondents, are far inferior. These Russian writers were not just correspondents. There are also poets, authors of the tenderest lyric poems, historians, all kinds of people. The period from those terrible reversal months in 1914 until the victory in Moscow left a profound mark on Soviet writing. During those months, The writers were full of courage and determination. This courage and determination finally pushed Hitler back, and also developed their strong, strict, mysterious and multi-adjective style. They still use this style in these days of improvement and victory. Those bad days were when Simonov wrote, "Wait for me," the words of a soldier to his wife. Wait for me, wait resolutely. Even they all said I was dead. Don't despair, don't believe it. Just wait for me. The most important thing. Those are the days that create hatred. As Nikolai Tikhonov of the Writers' Union said, the hatred for the Germans grew during the brutal war. It was a serious hatred, an indiscriminate hatred. The hatred that still drives the Red Army and the Soviet people forward. On June 23, 1943, Mikhail Shurikov published a terrible novel called The School of Hate in the newspaper, which was the highest peak of hate propaganda. In this story, Ilya Ellenberg became a loud-mouthed genius. The Russian people still feel that hatred, and they are even more afraid that the British and Americans will be soft-hearted towards the Germans. Writers still feel this hatred and express it. Due to these circumstances, that kind of literary style emerged. To use a Russian word, it is called Akita style, which means to inspire the people and make them do it. Writers, in my opinion, have a person who is above these situations and separates them. He is Mikhail Shurikov, a recent genius in the great Russian tradition. The author of Quiet Dawn and Turn Up the Soil always lives and writes in his native village of Vysotsky. He didn't come to Moscow to spend a lot of writers' royalties and reap all kinds of honors. He refused to be the president of the Writers' Association because he was too busy writing. He disregarded censorship and simply wrote what he saw as the truth. Now he is revising his new novel. He fought for their country. Shurikov used indirect methods to achieve his heroic effects. He feels that it is unnecessary to be extravagant or repeat patriotic formulas. I think the soldiers he wrote about seem to be true. He said, "How many needs does a person have in times of war? It is easier to die than usual. He has rest, sleeps well, eats enough, has letters from home, and has time to smoke with his friends. With these, a soldier's happiness will mature quickly." Another prose writer with a high status is Alisher Tolstoy. He is undoubtedly an excellent writer and a fine stylist. But most of what he wrote was from a very distant past, and he never associated himself with this war. Nowadays, a few young writers don't like him. Because of his exaggeration and grandeur, he is a bit weird. For example, he puts the manuscript paper on a chest-high table with a slope like a lecture table and writes standing up. The most exquisite poet seems to be Pavel Andakovsky, who has recently completed a poem called The Sun. This is the style of ancient pain, as if a poet once marched with the army in order to sing a song to mourn the dead on the battlefield and call for revenge. It seems that he wrote this poem. Andakovsky's own son was a soldier who died for his country. Sun was written for him. The writers below these three seem to be pretty much the same. They are agita writers, journalists and entertainers. The best one among them is Konstantin Simonov, and he is also the most typical one. The most advanced seems to have been Boris Gabatov, author of the record-breaking bestseller The Unyielding Man, who was clearly influenced by Hemingway's translation and Guagel. As for the future of Russian literature. The other night I heard some clear steps proposed by Vosfrod Wisniewski. He was an excellent playwright and naval officer who wrote mostly about the Baltic Sea and the defense of Leningrad. He is the editor of Znamya magazine and speaks for that magazine and, by extension, for all Russian writers. He said that post-war writing in Russia should, 1. Collect the truth about this war from party members, soldiers, sailors, officials, and workers. 2. Promote the heroic tradition of Russia. 3. Promote slavism. Germany, the enemy, has invaded Russia twice, and we must pay attention to teach him never to separate the Slavs. 4. Remember the bestiality of the Germans, such as their actions in Lidys and Medana. What Graham does. 5. Fully express people's honor, conscience, and soul. 6. Arouse the Russians' new creative efforts and encourage them to transfer the heroic spirit they displayed in the war to their causes in peacetime. 7. Try to study Britain and the United States as much as they can during the war. Your help will never be forgotten. He said, we must be honest.